Among Korea's elite institutions for shaping hunters, Valhalla stands as one of the preeminent three. Annually, a deluge of hopefuls, numbering in the thousands, vies for the honor of being associated with its prestigious reputation. The odds are daunting, with a 500 to 1 ratio for admission, and from that select group, a mere 150 will ultimately earn their diplomas. The grueling admissions process kicks off with placement duels, pitting aspirants against each other in enclosed arenas, all under the watchful eye of the head instructor, Lee Sang-cheol. This particular year, he observed an exceptionally large gallery of onlookers, among whom Yu Min-jun, scion of the Yushin clan, one of Korea's 5 great houses, made his way toward him. A startled Lee Sang-cheol questioned whether the distinguished heir's presence was solely motivated by concern for his niece. Yu Min-jun affirmed this, stating he was there to observe Yu So-yeon, upon whom the family had placed considerable expectations. The Yushin family regarded Yu So-yeon as a prodigy. By the age of 10, she could manipulate mana with the proficiency of a high schooler. At 13, she had already manifested her own sword purely from mana. By her 16th year, she had matched the prowess of the family's senior members, cementing her position as their clear frontrunner. Lee Sang-cheol, already acquainted with her impressive record, inquired if there was any further information of note. It was then that Yu Min-jun disclosed a rumor. So-yeon possessed the rare ability to communicate with the sword god, the Yushin family's celestial patron. The instructor, utterly astonished, pressed for confirmation of this remarkable claim. Yu Min-jun verified the rumor, explaining it was the very reason she carried such a heavy weight of expectation. Each of Korea's 5 great families holds an alliance with a patron constellation, Yushin with the sword god, Cheong-san with the holy spear. The lineage continues with Choijin and the king of Dao, Osin and the king of fist fighting, and finally Dojin, who is aligned with the god of bow. These celestial patrons grant their chosen families unique talents that transcend the typical blessings received by ordinary hunters. Establishing a direct contractual link for communication with a constellation is an exceptionally uncommon feat, and So-yeon's capacity to do so marked her as a true genius. Changing the subject, Yu Min-jun asked about So-yeon's performance in the current examination. Lee Sang-cheol informed him that her match had not yet commenced, but was scheduled to begin momentarily in roughly 30 seconds. The heir requested a view of her bout, but the instructor whimsically suggested he descend to the floor himself, cautioning that he'd have to navigate a throng of scouts and journalists. Valuing his comfort, the heir instead asked for the fight to be displayed on the main screen, a request to which the intrigued Lee Sang-cheol agreed, allowing them to witness the duel in detail. Down on the arena floor, Yu So-yeon stood ready for her match against Kim Joo-hyuk. While both contestants projected an aura of composure, the instructor noted a distinct lack of fighting intent in her adversary, concluding the young man's spirit had been crushed by her formidable reputation alone. Lee Sang-cheol felt certain the confrontation would conclude in an instant. As the countdown reached its end, So-yeon launched her assault, her swordsmanship and mana control remarkably polished for someone so young. In a turn that stunned the entire audience, however, Kim Joo-hyuk sent her to the ground with a single decisive punch. Kim Joo-hyuk was declared the victor of the match. He scanned the assembled crowd, muttering his disappointment at their weakness and questioning if this was truly the state of the world 300 years in the future. Fragments of memory began to surface in his mind. 3 centuries earlier, he had been Kim Hyuno, the god of martial arts, locked in a desperate battle against the boss barge inside the Tower of Destruction. The battle had been legendary, culminating in Kim Hyun-oh landing the final world-saving kick, confirmed by a system notification that the world's decay had been halted. Yet the tower itself started to crumble, and in his depleted state, he lacked the strength to escape its collapse. Weary of a hunter's life he'd begun in childhood to earn money and fame, he found himself regretting his failure to summon his students. Their assistance might have altered his fate, but he knew they would have surely perished against a foe like Barge. Succumbing to despair, he met his end. He awoke, however, inside a hospital, inhabiting the body of a 17-year-old named Kim Ju-hyuk, 3 centuries after the tower's fall. While this new vessel was far weaker, the accumulated experience and knowledge of the martial arts god remained intact. Ju-hyuk concluded that, once he acclimated to this body, he could easily live a life of opulence. A translucent system window then appeared, delivering the ominous news that the Tower of Destruction was set to rematerialize in 5 years. He cursed Barge as a villain, filled with rage and regret for not having utterly annihilated him. After resolving to obliterate the tower for good this time, he was met with another system message. His weapons and memories were stored at Valhalla, on the 3rd floor of the 5th room. He made his way to Valhalla, still undecided on whether he would bother participating in the Academy's competitions. On the 4th day of examinations, the arena was filled to capacity with delegates from all 5 great families, there to witness the surprising newcomer, Kim Ju-hyuk. His scheduled opponent was Oh Si-hyuk, the firstborn son of the Oh-soon clan. Having learned that Ju-hyuk was the one who defeated So-yeon, Oh Si-hyuk saw an opportunity to bolster his own standing by eliminating this dark horse. As the match was about to begin, he confidently declared his intention to dispatch his opponent swiftly. Ju-hyuk responded with a derisive command for him to get lost. Oh Si-hyuk, the 17-year-old heir of the Oh-soon family, was renowned for his extraordinary physical gifts. He showed little aptitude for academics, strategy, or formal martial arts, but his innate physical power, amplified by mana, grew to incredible levels with even the slightest training. His body, which improved without any real effort, was seen as a mark of genius by the Oh-soon family, whose patron was the king of fist-fighting. Infuriated by Kim Ju-hyuk's dismissive remark, Oh Si-hyuk charged forward, fists leading the assault. Kim Ju-hyuk maintained his composure, fully aware that a direct clash of strength against such an opponent would be unwinnable. His vast experience and mastery of martial arts, however, provided him with a decisive edge. Effortlessly evading the powerful strikes, he keenly observed Oh Si-hyuk's patterns, patiently awaiting the perfect moment for a counterattack. With a single impeccably timed blow, he sent his rival sprawling to the canvas, leaving the spectators and judges in a state of disbelief. The instructors and officials were baffled that Oh Si-hyuk, with all his raw power, could be defeated with such apparent ease. The head of the Oh-soon family, watching from the stands, seethed with anger, denouncing the judges as ignorant fools for perceiving Kim Ju-hyuk's technique as simplistic. Oh Si-hyuk's father mused that his son had never bothered to learn proper martial arts, relying solely on the brute force that had always allowed him to overpower his peers. In this bout, his emotions had clouded his judgment, and in his haste to secure a quick victory, Oh Si-hyuk had uncharacteristically employed a magical technique. Yet Kim Ju-hyuk evaded it with a subtle tilt of his head, shifting his center of gravity with a speed his opponent could not match. The Oh-soon patriarch understood then that Kim Ju-hyuk had formulated a strategy from the very beginning, a clear sign of his monstrously advanced talent. He resolved to recruit this newcomer into his family no matter the cost, knowing that many other discerning eyes in the crowd had surely recognized Kim Ju-hyuk's immense potential. Analyzing the fight, Ju-hyuk concluded that Oh Si-hyuk's poor synchronization with his own mana had been his critical vulnerability. Though his current body is a pale imitation of his former self, his expertise as a martial arts god is more than sufficient for hunting monsters or pursuing a hunter's career. The subsequent match placed Kim Ju-hyuk against Choi Arin, the second daughter of the Choi Jin family, whose patron was the King Dao constellation. Arin, a 17-year-old with a massive following of admirers, was an annoyance to Kim Ju-hyuk, who found it baffling that her peers addressed her as Nuna, an honorific for an older sister. As the final ranking match, the atmosphere in the arena was electric with anticipation. Rin broke the pattern of his previous opponents by not immediately attacking, instead choosing to cautiously assess the situation. Appreciating her prudence, Kim Joo-hyuk judged her to be more intelligent than So-yeon and Oh Si-hyuk, and he contemplated whether he needed to reveal his full capabilities. He advanced, closing the distance to bait Rin into making the first move. She unleashed the transformative ability unique to the Choi-jin clan, a feat she had mastered at the astonishingly young age of 17. Her fans erupted in cheers, hailing this generation of the five families as truly exceptional. Rin focused her mana, swinging her blade at what she perceived as the opportune moment, only for Kim Joo-hyuk to materialize instantly behind her. He pointed out with scorn that it was simple to evade an attack when her eyes broadcasted her intentions so clearly. Rin fell back, parrying his strike with her blade, but Kim Joo-hyuk sensed the imperfection in her defense, noting her slightly unbalanced posture. He gestured for her to evade his next attack before landing a precise strike that sent her to the ground. After securing the win, Kim Joo-hyuk felt something was unusual about her attack, but dismissed it, as the victory was his regardless. He had secured the top rank in the placement matches. Upon exiting the academy, he was immediately swarmed by a pack of reporters, bombarding him with questions about his background and his stunning victories. He furiously snapped at them to get out of his way, having no desire to squander his time on their pointless chatter. His name dominated online forums, where people endlessly debated his unbelievable triumphs during the Valhalla entrance exams, a renowned institution with a centuries-long legacy of training hunters. Despite the applause he received upon his acceptance into the first year, he felt nothing but a profound sense of tedium. The other students couldn't help but stare and whisper about him, while Kim Joo-hyuk, the reincarnation of the martial god Kim Hyuno, wondered if his performance the day before had truly been that remarkable. Recalling the system notification about his weapons and memories on the third floor of Valhalla's fifth room, he figured it would be a straightforward task to retrieve them and depart. His train of thought, however, was cut short by the commencement of the first day of classes. Kim Joo-hyuk made his way to the virtual combat simulation classroom, where he was greeted by instructor Kim Lee-gong, a 24-year-old from the Choi-jin family who was formerly the head of Valhalla's instructors. Within the classroom, he recognized several familiar faces: So-yeon of the Yushin family, Oh Se-hook of the Oh-sun family, and Choi Ah-rin of the Choi-jin family. They were all scions of the great families, blessed with extraordinary powers by their patron constellations. Li Jian clutched his head in dismay upon seeing them all gathered, wondering how, if class assignments were truly random, all these prodigies had ended up in the same place. His gaze fell upon Kim Joo-hyuk, and he silently cursed him, realizing this academic year was going to be an ordeal. He nonetheless put on a professional front, introducing himself as their designated instructor and officially beginning the lesson. With the press of a button, Li Jian initiated the simulation, instantly transporting the entire class into a virtual environment. Kim Joo-hyuk found himself impressed, but also wary of the technology, which was unlike anything he had encountered 300 years prior. Seeking to test the mettle of the new students, Li Jian decided to inject a palpable sense of menace into the lesson. A horde of approximately 100 virtual orcs and goblins materialized and charged toward them. The students, shielded by a magical barrier, stood frozen in place, as most of them had only ever encountered such creatures within the pages of a book. Observing Kim Joo-hyuk's unruffled demeanor, Li Jian singled him out, challenging him to face the monsters alone in an attempt to humble his ego. He assumed the newcomer would be just as terrified as the others when confronted with seemingly real adversaries. Kim Joo-hyuk let out a small laugh and asked if Li-gon was referring to the monsters currently outside the protective dome. He saw that the instructor was plainly trying to gauge his abilities and inquired if completing such a task came with any sort of prize. Li Jian, taken aback by his sheer nerve, stated there was no reward but was open to negotiating terms. Continuing to bait him, Kim Ju-hyuk asked what Li Gong was prepared to wager on the chance of his failure. The instructor, now slightly annoyed, vowed to grant any request within his power should Kim Ju-hyuk succeed. The protagonist accepted the challenge, but with a single stipulation: he would need a sword. Stunned that he hadn't intended to use his bare hands, Li Jian sighed and relinquished his own blade. Kim Ju-hyuk stepped beyond the barrier's edge and readied himself for the ensuing conflict. The monsters, virtually indistinguishable from their real counterparts, swarmed him, but he, drawing upon the experience of the god of martial arts, was prepared to engage. A century had passed since he last wielded a sword, yet his mastery had not diminished in the slightest. Throughout the era of chaos brought by monsters, he had utilized whatever weapon was available, but the sword had always held a special significance for him. An orc lunged from behind, but Kim Ju-hyuk sidestepped it with ease, noting the predictable patterns of these non-player characters. To him, who was accustomed to life-or-death struggles, this was merely a well-crafted imitation. He carved through the monsters effortlessly, as if the blade Li Jian had provided was actively drawing the enemies toward it. Instructor Li Jian could only watch in astonishment. The blade contained no mana and bore no enchantment, yet Kim Ju-hyuk wielded it as a natural extension of his own body. Behind the safety of the barrier, Oh Se-hyuk and Choi Aaron could only describe the scene as insane, unable to process what they were witnessing. After the fight having annihilated every last monster, Kim Ju-hyuk called on Li Gun to honor their deal and grant him access to the Constellation Room on the 3rd floor of the 5th building, the location of his weapons and memories. Li Jian, though deeply impressed, maintained a neutral expression and concluded the class, announcing that the first lesson was over and dismissing the students to the dormitories. As he left, the weary Kim Ju-hyuk reflected that the exercise had felt less like a lesson and more like a grueling endurance test. He resolved to retrieve his belongings and depart as soon as possible, noting that the tedious lesson had at least yielded some valuable intelligence. He had discovered that the term constellations referred to beings who, through an immense accumulation of luck, had ascended to godhood. These entities connect with hunters via sacred relics, bestowing upon them a portion of their power. Valhalla, being the 3rd largest academy on the planet, was home to a great number of these reliquaries. The other subjects, such as swordsmanship and anti-monster tactics, struck him as rudimentary. He decided he needed to take his martial arts training seriously again to prepare for the Tower of Destruction's inevitable return. While making his way toward the dormitory, Kim Ju-hyuk became aware of Choi Aren trailing behind him. At the same time, in the faculty office, Li Gun was venting to Lee Sang-cheol that the day had been more absurd than challenging. He had programmed 120 monsters into the simulation, yet the rookie, who supposedly had no real-world combat experience, dispatched them all without breaking a sweat. Lee Sang-cheol, having personally vetted Kim Ju-hyuk's file, confirmed he was an orphan from a rough district with no remarkable background. The possibility of his records being fabricated was nil. No one would go to such lengths just to gain admission to Valhalla. Li Gun speculated that Kim Ju-hyuk's true aim was to get inside the Constellation Room. Lee Sang-cheol, who had been responsible for bringing him to the academy, pointed out that the 1st floor was accessible to all students, and the director's permission could grant entry to the 5th. He didn't see any particular issue with the newcomer gaining access ahead of schedule. Li Gun voiced his apprehension about managing a class containing 3 prodigies from the great families, So-yeon, Oh Se-yuk, and Ah-rin, especially with the unpredictable Kim Ju-hyuk in the mix. Lee Sang-cheol mentioned that the other class had been assigned Rock Dil Ventric, an exchange student from the notorious British Ventric family who had been expelled for his disruptive behavior. This information offered Lee Gun a small measure of relief. His situation, it seemed, could have been worse. Kim Joo-hyuk came to a halt and directly asked Ah-rin what she wanted from him. Flustered, she made a request to be taught the art of fencing. Ah-rin persisted, asking him once more, but Kim Joo-hyuk repeated his refusal firmly, telling her to leave him be. He felt no desire to instruct others, particularly since his new body, though better than he'd anticipated, lacked any magical aptitude and struggled with mana control. Ah-rin watched him walk away in silence, her expression one of unwavering resolve. Later, on his way to class, Kim Joo-hyuk had an encounter with Rock-Dill Ventrick, the exchange student from Britain, and his attendant, Yuria de Felix. Rock-Dill introduced himself with a condescending smile and wasted no time, inviting Kim Joo-hyuk to join forces with him to become stronger. He elaborated that the Ventrick family, a dominant force in Europe, held a unique relic, a beaked mask tied to a constellation of S-class or higher. In a departure from other families where constellations selected their guardians, the Ventricks formed contracts directly with family members, regardless of their lineage. This practice ensured that even members from collateral branches wielded power comparable to the main family line. Rock-Dill, himself from a side branch, had been expelled from the British Academy due to his behavior, yet his arrogance had not diminished in the slightest. He operated under the belief that his family's influence would always grant him his desires, and had set his sights on recruiting Kim Joo-hyuk after hearing of his exploits in the entrance exams. Unimpressed, Kim Joo-hyuk dismissed Rock-Dill as a fool, stating he had no interest in his pompous displays. An enraged Rock-Dill retorted by calling him an ignorant and grimy commoner, but his tirade was cut short by the arrival of instructor Lee Sang-chul. The instructor sternly reminded him that Valhalla was not the British Academy, and that here everyone was subject to the same rules, irrespective of family status. Hissing that their encounter was not over, Rock-Dill spun on his heel and departed. Kim Joo-hyuk was fuming as he returned to his dorm. The day had been a complete waste, yielding no new information about the Constellation Room and culminating in a confrontation with an imbecile like Rock-Dill. He also realized that the scouts and journalists loitering around the academy were leveraging students and staff to gather information on him. As he was contemplating whether his rejections had been too severe, he saw Erin again, who, with undiminished persistence, repeated her request for fencing lessons. Kim Joo-hyuk, asking irritably if his refusal the previous day had not been clear enough, simply walked past her, unwilling to engage in the conversation further. Meanwhile, in an upscale room within the Valhalla dormitory, a seething Rock-Dill Ventrick shattered a lamp against the wall. The thought that a worthless orphan like Kim Joo-hyuk had dared to disrespect him was more than he could bear. In his fury, he commanded Yuria de Felix to get in touch with someone named Dizer to handle the troublesome newcomer. Still consumed by rage from his humiliation, Rock-Dill Ventrick turned his aggression on his maid, Yuria de Felix. He violently grabbed her by the hair, demanding she answer him and threatening to have her cast out from the Ventrick family, reminding her of her fallen status as the former eldest daughter of the palace family. Yuria, now on the floor, maintained a defiant silence, refusing to comply. Rock-Dill did not bother to repeat himself, instead issuing a new command. Make contact with Dizer to deal with Kim Joo-hyuk, and also inform the son of the Rise family, a second year, that Ventrick wished to see him. Back in his own dorm room, Kim Joo-hyuk was breathing heavily, contemplating the inherent weakness of his new vessel. The fact that it was incapable of drawing out even a speck of magic was a source of profound irritation for him. His focus was broken by the mental image of Choi Erin, who had doggedly followed him all the way back to the dormitory. He spun around suddenly, demanding to know how long she planned to shadow him. Unyielding, Erin once again asked him to teach her the art of the sword. In an attempt to finally dissuade her, the annoyed Kim Joo-hyuk named an exorbitant price for his tutelage, 10 million won. Aaron simply lowered her gaze and said nothing, leading him to believe she couldn't afford such a sum as he started to walk away. The girl, however, stopped him and requested his phone number to facilitate the money transfer. To his utter astonishment, a notification for a transfer of 100 million won appeared on his phone. Aaron looked up at him and asked if he would begin her lessons now. A stunned Kim Joo-hyuk refused, rejecting the payment and explaining that he had no intention of sharing his secrets, as money held no value for him. His sole objective was to locate the relics within the Constellation Room, and no monetary sum would sway him from that path. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, Kim Joo-hyuk waited for the cover of darkness before setting out to survey the Valhalla grounds. He had researched the academy prior to enrolling and learned that the records he concealed 300 years ago had been partially lost to time. His estimates suggested that no more than 3 or 4 of his hidden stashes could possibly remain, all likely situated within the Valhalla Mountains. Cloaked by the night, he commenced his search, expending the last of his mana reserves to sense the magically attuned marble he had used. His body, frail and ill-suited for mana control, made the endeavor arduous, yet he eventually managed to pinpoint the location of the first record. The excavation proved to be back-breaking work. Kim Joo-hyuk, cursing his physical limitations, wished his past self had chosen a less laborious hiding spot. At that time, with the tower collapsing and the world teetering on the edge of ruin, he had been left with no other option for safeguarding his assets. After a night of exhausting labor, he finally uncovered the entrance to the cache by morning. Upon finding the keyhole, he knew that a conventional key would be useless. He focused his mana, weaving it into a magical thread that he then shaped into the form of a key. After opening the passage, Kim Joo-hyuk descended into the hidden chamber and was momentarily stunned by the sight of gold and other treasures piled high. A wave of satisfaction washed over him to find it all undisturbed. Kim Joo-hyuk picked up one of the enchanted stones and channeled a small amount of mana into it, feeling his body instantly suffused with magical energy, just as he expected from such potent artifacts. As he debated whether to leave the bulky gold or take the more portable jewels, he lamented his profound fatigue. A few swings of a shovel had completely drained his feeble body. He concluded that finances were no longer a concern and shifted his focus back to gaining access to the Constellation Room, which held his weapons and memories. During the following class, Kim Joo-hyuk found Choi Aaron already seated at his desk. She once more pleaded with him to teach her swordsmanship. Exasperated, he demanded to know why she was so insistent, especially since her Choi Jin family, patrons of the King Dao constellation, were renowned for their fencing expertise. Aaron simply stated that she had never witnessed anyone who could handle a blade with his level of skill. Skeptical, Kim Joo-hyuk suggested that the head of her own family was surely a superior swordsman. Their exchange was cut short by the arrival of instructor Kim Lee-gun. He summoned Kim Joo-hyuk to the faculty office, referencing his request concerning the Constellation Room. His interest piqued. Kim Joo-hyuk readily agreed to accompany him. As he stood up, Aaron touched his shoulder and offered an apology. He relented slightly, telling her to meet him at the training grounds at 6 in the morning if she still wished to learn. Overjoyed, Aaron promised she would be there without fail. In the teacher's office, Lee-gun informed Kim Joo-hyuk that he had been granted permission to enter the Constellation Room in the basement, but access was restricted to the first floor only. Kim Joo-hyuk asked for clarification on when he would be permitted to go. Lee-gun, certain that Kim Joo-hyuk wouldn't cause a problem over the restrictions, gave his assent. That evening, he escorted him to the Constellation Room, a location secured more heavily than Valhalla's main gates. Lee-gun explained that as one of the world's 3 greatest academies, the institution housed relics surrounded by formidable magical defenses. The very walls pulsed with mana, with only the primary entrance left free from these powerful wards. Kim Joo-hyuk inquired about the consequences of proceeding to the second floor despite the prohibition. Lee Gun clarified that while he wouldn't be branded a criminal, he would face immediate expulsion. Furthermore, he warned that the celestial magic on the upper floors was so potent that an unprepared mind would not be able to withstand the exposure. After considering this, Kim Joo-hyuk acknowledged the risk wasn't worth it, yet his ultimate goal, the third floor, was the very reason he had come to Valhalla. Lee Gun, puzzled by his line of questioning, felt a flicker of suspicion but ultimately dismissed the idea that the newcomer would dare to defy the rules. He allotted him 30 minutes and instructed him to return promptly. Upon descending into the sublevels, Kim Joo-hyuk observed that the stairway appeared to stretch into infinity, evoking the oppressive atmosphere of a penitentiary. He had been certain the constellation chamber was located on the initial floor, yet the space itself lacked any sense of grandeur. Without warning, a system message declared that the necessary criteria had been fulfilled, and he found himself abruptly relocated to an unfamiliar dimension. Materializing before him was Bosch, the very same final adversary from the Tower of Destruction whom he had battled 3 centuries prior. The sheer shock of the reunion prompted an immediate, visceral reaction from Kim Joo-hyuk, who leapt forward and delivered a powerful blow to Bosch's jaw while sarcastically declaring his pleasure at seeing him. Finding himself within a pocket dimension inside the Constellation Room, Kim Joo-hyuk was now face-to-face with Barsha, the master of the Tower of Destruction he had confronted 300 years ago. The demon attempted to pacify him and initiate a dialogue, but Kim Joo-hyuk, consumed by a burning rage, refused to listen, relentlessly striking him while screaming for him to finally die. He continued his assault until Bosch collapsed to the ground. Kim Joo-hyuk remarked that while he didn't typically resort to fisticuffs to solve his problems, passing up the chance to pulverize the demon's face would be an idiotic missed opportunity. He held Bosch responsible for his squandered future, the loss of his wealth, and the time he had invested in training his disciples. Bosch, struggling to make himself understood, explained that their current location was a conceptual world, a subspace contained within a sacred relic. His corporeal form had ceased to exist 300 years ago. What stood before Kim Joo-hyuk was merely a spiritual projection. The revelation that Barsha had ascended to the status of a constellation only fueled Kim Joo-hyuk's fury, and he struck him once more. His allotted time was expiring, and as security personnel began to scan him with a metal detector upon his exit, Lee Gen questioned if he had engaged in any unusual activity. Kim Joo-hyuk, maintaining his composure, replied that he had merely surveyed the area and ventured no deeper, aware that doing so would have risked his sanity. A smiling Lee Gen accepted his explanation and dismissed him back to the dormitory. During his walk back, Kim Joo-hyuk mulled over the unexpected encounter. He was indifferent to Bosch's new celestial standing, but demanded to know the origin of the translucent notification window. When the demon professed ignorance, Kim Joo-hyuk, disbelieving him, threatened another beating. Bosch then confessed that he had received a directive to establish contact with the reincarnated Kim Joo-hyuk and facilitate the return of his memories. He theorized that the entity behind the directive was the same one who had made him the sovereign of the Tower of Destruction, though his own memories of that event had been wiped clean. Kim Joo-hyuk then asked about the contents of the notice Bosch had received. Bosch disclosed that it commanded him to locate the weapons and memories, but a significant portion of the message was redacted and impossible to read. Confident that his recollection of the tower was complete, Kim Joo-hyuk questioned why, if he had found the weapon, his memories had not been restored. It was then that Bosch clarified that the subspace was the conceptual interior of the 4 sacred swords, which had themselves become relics. One of those swords, the one that had belonged to Bosch, was the very artifact that had enabled his ascension to constellation status. A shocked Kim Joo-hyuk finally grasped that his own humble village sword had transformed into a sacred relic, now housing a constellation within it. His first instinct was to destroy Bosch and be done with him. but by focusing his will, he was able to manifest the sword in his hand. He understood that his physical weakness would not be an impediment to his mission. Bosch, the former monarch of the tower, could not be left unsupervised, and this new quest necessitated the sword, leaving no option to retreat. On the path back to his quarters, Kim Joo-hyuk was intercepted by a group of strangers. Larrick Sunrise, heir to the Sunrise family and a second-year student, inquired if he was indeed the Kim Joo-hyuk who had taken first place in the entrance examination. One of his thuggish subordinates offered to rough up Kim Joo-hyuk, boasting that the gap in power between first and second-year students was immense. Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Joo-hyuk retaliated with a swift blow, silenced him, and then invited the rest to attack, bracing for the inevitable fight. The bully went flying backward, severely winded from a potent strike to the abdomen delivered by Kim Joo-hyuk. His companions, looking on, could only think that their target was completely unhinged. In another location, Rockdeal Ventric was finalizing a negotiation with Larrick Sunrise, promising that his assistance would be well compensated. His objective was to put a certain first-year student who had topped the entrance exams in his place. Rockdeal assured Larrick that it didn't matter if a weapon was used, as he would handle any resulting fallout. Larrick accepted the terms of the arrangement and, upon leaving the room, reflected on the situation. It didn't matter what rank a first year held among his peers, he would be no match for the upperclassmen. At Valhalla, second-year students, unlike their junior counterparts, are permitted to form contracts with constellations in the designated room, thereby becoming official contractors. This grants them a connection to the power of the constellations, elevating them to a level far beyond that of the newcomers. As Kim Joo-hyuk was not from a great family, he lacked this advantage, which led Larrick to assume he would be an easy target. The ensuing battle, however, proved this assumption to be entirely wrong. Larrick stood frozen in disbelief as he watched his underling collapse. Another member of the group, rushing to help, lunged at Kim Joo-hyuk with a knife, but was effortlessly repelled. The Sunrise heir could not believe his eyes. The first year was systematically dismantling his crew, one by one. While Kim Joo-hyuk's sword movements appeared deceptively straightforward, his adversaries were sent flying as if they posed no challenge at all. In an attempt to rally his faltering group, Larrick yelled that their opponent was just a freshman and that they needed to overcome him. He adopted a combat stance himself, ready to engage, but a single light tap to the chest from Kim Joo-hyuk sent him staggering back several meters. After crashing to the ground, Larrick could not comprehend how his opponent had closed the distance so quickly. Kim Joo-hyuk roused him and demanded to know who he was and the reason for the assault. Still dazed, Larrick stammered that their only intention was to chasten the first year who had claimed the top spot. An irritated Kim Joo-hyuk ordered him to stop spinning fantasies. He dismissed their actions as nothing more than thuggish solidarity, and after telling them to disperse, turned to leave. Desperate to save some semblance of pride, Larrick shouted after him that he wouldn't be able to continue his studies peacefully after this. If the news of a first-year trouncing seniors got out, the humiliation would be on them, not him. He warned Kim Joo-hyuk to consider his own future if he wished to avoid academic trouble. Kim Joo-hyuk was unconcerned, thinking to himself that the shame belonged to the aggressors, not the one who defended himself. Elsewhere, Rockdeal Ventric, who had been anxiously checking his phone, finally received a message from Larrick. In a clearly annoyed tone, he stated that he was washing his hands of the entire affair. The scheme had backfired, and Rockdeal, now aware that Kim Joo-hyuk was more formidable than he had anticipated, started to plot his next move to bring the defiant newcomer to heel. Rockdeal offered to transfer the agreed-upon sum, plus additional funding from the Ventric family, using the visible injuries as justification. Larrick, however, flatly refused the offer, declaring that no amount of money could restore his shattered pride. He then ended the call in a fit of rage. Rockdeal, in a fury, hurled his phone to the ground and demanded to know if Uriah de Felix had made contact with Dizer. She confirmed that she had arranged a personal meeting, but explained that Dizer's remote location meant he would not be able to arrive for some time. At that moment in Mexico, within the Aripia Academy, Dizer reviewed the message from Rockdill. A smirk formed on his face when he learned his target was Kim Joo-hyuk. Since his expulsion, his income had dried up, and this job promised a substantial payout. Dizer accepted the offer and prepared to travel to Korea. The following day at 6 in the evening, Kim Joo-hyuk entered the Valhalla training hall and was taken aback by its sheer scale. He mused that the academy was impressively large and felt an urge to do a lap around the vast hall. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Bosch, the demon now inhabiting his sword, who explained that as an artifact, his presence was tied to the academy grounds. Surprised that the demon was still with him, Kim Joo-hyuk threatened another beating, but Bosch clarified he had left a duplicate of himself in the Constellation Room to prevent any suspicion. He further explained that even in his weakened state 300 years ago, he had managed to create this copy, though the memory of how he acquired such an ability was lost to him. Just then, Choi Aaron walked into the hall, her expression eager for the start of their training session. She was anticipating a lesson in swordsmanship, but Kim Joo-hyuk denied her, stating that they would begin by building her physical stamina. When Aaron questioned the necessity of this, he explained that endurance is crucial for improving mana control and overall physical capabilities. He was critical of the modern generation's training philosophies, which he felt overemphasized mana while neglecting fundamental physical conditioning. Even Aaron, despite her impressive mana concentration, was severely lacking in the stamina department. Their session began with a series of stretches and push-ups. The girl fatigued rapidly, but Kim Joo-hyuk sternly ordered her to her feet. A 20-kilometer run was next on the agenda. Aaron struggled to keep up but persevered, while he internally questioned if her body could handle the strain. He judged her physical constitution to be well suited for rigorous training. However, progress would require time. Later, during a class taught by Lilia, an expert on large-scale monsters, a written exam was announced. She reminded the students of her earlier warning that they were expected to study the course material on their own time. The exam was designed to assess their knowledge of how to react to monster encounters. While it wouldn't count toward their final grade, the scores would dictate the parameters of their next session in the simulation room. After the test was completed, Lilia issued a warning that the subsequent lesson would be significantly more challenging. Barch, communicating telepathically with Kim Joo-hyuk via the sword, asked if he was confident in the answers he had provided. The demon, being privy to his thoughts through their link, expressed doubt about the accuracy of his responses. Kim Joo-hyuk simply stated that he had answered based on the knowledge he would have applied 300 years ago. In the faculty office, Lilia, while grading the exams, angrily crumpled Kim Joo-hyuk's paper, dismissing his answers as utter foolishness. She was incredulous that any student would have the audacity to submit such responses, and her mounting frustration signaled impending difficulties for the newcomer in her next class. A week later, in the virtual combat simulation classroom, teacher Lilia announced that the exams from the previous lesson had been graded. The majority of the students had performed adequately, but she called upon Kim Joo-hyuk to justify his answers, which had earned him a score of 0. The first question concerned stone goblins, to which he had answered that one must disembowel them. The second question asked for the proper strategy when facing 8 goblins in a jungle environment. His written response was that the initial attackers should be met with a few precise strikes to send them to the afterlife. An incensed Lilia declared his answers to be completely nonsensical. She pointed out that B+ rank stone goblins are resistant to conventional blades, making the idea of slitting their bellies preposterous. She then challenged him to demonstrate his method in practice, materializing a single stone goblin within the simulation. Kim Joo-hyuk, armed with a standard sword, calmly entered the fray. With a single, non-magical strike to its midsection, he dispatched the monster, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. A stunned Lilia demanded to know how he had accomplished this. He coolly replied that he had simply slit its belly, just as he had written. The teacher, still bewildered, remarked that such a feat should require an A-rank contractor, yet he had done it without any magic. Proceeding to the second question, she simulated a cavern containing 8 goblins, creatures known for their frenzied aggression. A single misstep in battle against them could trigger a chain reaction of morale boosts, rendering a solo fight nearly impossible. Lilia had heard that Kim Joo-hyuk's swordsmanship was slow, yet he struck the first goblin in the head and the second in the chest, eliminating them before the others could even react. The following day at the Valhalla training hall, Kim Joo-hyuk was pushing Choi Arin through another grueling stamina session. The girl, pushed to her absolute physical limit, found herself unable to run any further. The protagonist inquired if she had ever undergone such intense conditioning in her clan, given how much she was struggling. Arin admitted that she typically conserved her energy, depending on the magical power granted by her constellation. Kim Joo-hyuk retorted that prioritizing mana over stamina was a perilous strategy. He posed a rhetorical question. What would she do in a dungeon where magic was nullified, or if she simply exhausted her mana reserves? The constellations, he reminded her, would not provide her with physical fortitude. He then asked if she believed his training regimen would ultimately be beneficial. Arin affirmed that she did, recalling his own words that true swordsmanship began with endurance. The protagonist made it clear that their work was far from over and instructed her to be ready for the next day's lesson at the academy. When Arin asked if he was finished for the day, he declared his intention to complete another set himself. She promised to see him later, and Kim Joo-hyuk resumed his own training. The voice of Bosch, still confined within the sword, echoed in his mind. The demon observed that Arin had complied with all the exercises without a single complaint, and questioned his motives for teaching her. The protagonist explained that her persistence had simply been too much to ignore, prompting Barty to ask if he had demonstrated his fencing abilities to her. Kim Joo-hyuk said he had not, but she had apparently seen enough in class to still want his tutelage, a fact the demon found intriguing. At that moment, Oh Se-hyuk, who had been training in a nearby area, entered the main hall. Kim Joo-hyuk asked him how long he had been present. Oh Se-hyuk stated that he had been training there since his admission to the school, offered a quick apology, and then departed. The protagonist mused that while Oh Se-hyuk's endurance might be a result of his unique physiology, he was undeniably more astute than those who were solely obsessed with mana. He then asked Barty about the fundamental purpose of constellations. The demon confessed that, having been a constellation in isolation for 3 centuries, he possessed no knowledge of the others. He was certain that such information would become available upon the completion of the quest to recover the weapon and memories. A new notification specified the 3rd subterranean level of the constellation room and introduced a new requirement. The Eye of Valhalla from the great forest of Madagaya, Ran's house, which necessitated the heavenly sword. Kim Joo-hyuk recalled that this location was part of their itinerary for the first semester. If not for the quest, he would have already retrieved his belongings and left, but now he was forced to operate with stealth. Barch expressed his surprise. After the public altercation with the bullies, he had assumed his host would want to maintain a low profile, hoping the quest might finally unravel the mystery of his reincarnation. In London, at the Ventrick family's estate, Vice Head Adelia Ventrick received a report from a servant regarding a labyrinth on the outskirts of Reading. She commended his efforts and inquired if there was any other news to report. The servant informed her that he had encountered a formidable individual from the fallen Robert clan, along with 2 contractors he believed were worthy of recruitment. Adelia instructed him to evaluate their potential and then send them directly to her. She had also received word that Rockdill Ventrick had once again caused trouble by inviting Dizer to Korea, a development that filled her with concern. A sense of dread washed over them when they discovered he had made contact with Dizer. Daiser, a notorious outcast with a troubled past, had taken the lives of 5 individuals at an English academy under the Ventric family name between the ages of 12 and 19. At the age of 20, he was officially cast out and subsequently disappeared from public life. Adelia gave the order to have Rockdill monitored, with a clear warning that any confirmed association with Daiser would lead to his own banishment. Power is a corrupting force for those like Rockdill, and everything ultimately comes back to me, she mused, her eyes fixed on the framed image of the Guardian constellation. During the lecture, Kim Joo-hee-yuk's thoughts were consumed by the state of his physical body. While the training had undoubtedly fortified him and improved his mana regulation, he remained a shadow of his former self. The circulation of his kui was significantly impeded by his diminished mana reserves, and his overall physical state was far from satisfactory. Abruptly, a note was passed to him by So Yeon of the Yushin family. The message it contained was a simple, single-word greeting. Hello. Li Gon made an announcement that students who submitted the proper paperwork would be permitted to leave the academy grounds for the weekend. A wave of elation washed over Kim Joo-hee-yuk as he made the decision to visit the market. So Yeon approached him once more, but he, dismissing her movements as erratic, curtly told her to get to the point. Angered by his tone, she revealed that she had witnessed him slay a stone goblin with a standard blade and no magic, and she was determined to learn his method. Lilia, the instructor, hurried over, echoing the same question. Her understanding of monster extermination had been singular, but his actions had revealed an entirely new possibility. Lilia extended an offer for him to become her assistant on a collaborative research project concerning monsters, an offer he declined, stating he had travel plans. After they had gone, So Yeon let out a sigh, muttering that it was of no consequence. The following day, the protagonist made his way to the market, readying himself for the next phase of his quest for the heavenly sword. Inside his room at the Valhalla dormitory, Kim Joo-hee-yuk was absorbed in his phone, researching the destination he planned to visit. The demonic entity, Barsa, who was confined to his sword, inquired about the subject of his search. The protagonist explained his search for an online marketplace to liquidate the treasures from his hidden cache. He had found information on a clandestine market where, for an admission fee, one could trade all manner of valuable items, including powerful artifacts. Despite its reputation as a haven for criminals and con artists, the market's continued existence was owed to an enigmatic benefactor, the Hidden Lord, one of the Guardian constellations. This patronage made the market a popular destination for influential figures, and as a result, the authorities tended to ignore its illicit operations. Kim Joo-hee-yuk concluded that gaining entry would be a simple matter and resumed his search for the necessary details. He was interrupted by a message from Choi Aron, which consisted of a crying rabbit emoji. When he asked what she needed, the girl lamented that a trip would prevent her from attending their training session the next day. Upon discovering that he also had plans to leave, she sent a series of additional stickers that he found both peculiar and slightly unnerving. He eventually located a link in a forum post that allowed him to reserve a spot at the market and received a set of coordinates. The designated rendezvous point was an area adjacent to a vintage cafe. Once inside, he located a door in the right-hand corner of the establishment. Opening it revealed a dimly lit hallway that led to a surreal space dominated by a purple moon and an alien sky. The environment sparked a strange sense of familiarity, a feeling of déjà vu, despite his certainty that he had never been there before. The violet heavens and the hazy moon struck a chord deep within his memory, but the reason for this connection remained elusive. A man clad in a leather jacket, matching the description of the market contact from the instructions, approached him. He inquired if the newcomer was familiar with the market's protocols. Kim Joo-hee-yuk affirmed that he had a basic understanding and handed over nearly all the prize money he had won, retaining only 30,000 won for himself. He reasoned that it was a small price to pay for the financial opportunities that lay ahead. The employee then asked if he had any further inquiries. The main character stated his wish to find a place to sell some jewelry. When the employee suggested an auction, Kim Joo-hee-yuk reiterated his preference for a direct and speedy transaction. In that case, he was directed to the market's third sector, a bustling area where numerous merchants dealt in gold, gems, and various equipment. When asked for a recommendation, the employee named Morris as the most reputable dealer, known for offering the most competitive prices. He provided simple directions: proceed straight until a fork in the path, and then continue straight from there. He also gave a strong recommendation to wear a mask, as the clandestine nature of the goods traded there meant most patrons concealed their identities. The employee presented him with a mask as a complimentary gift and wished him success in his endeavors. After expressing his gratitude, Kim Joo-hee-yuk proceeded toward the third district. He located Morris and declared his intention to sell some items. The merchant responded that the viability of a sale depended on the merchandise, but that he could readily appraise gold and jewelry. The protagonist produced a pouch filled with treasures. As Morris inspected the contents, his eyes widened in recognition. These were artifacts from the era of destruction, relics of immense rarity and value. He asked the young man about their origin, but Kim Joo-hee-yuk simply reminded him that such inquiries were not customary at the market. Morris quickly apologized, confessing that his current funds were insufficient to purchase the entire lot. He proposed listing the artifacts at the auction house in the large central building, but cautioned that due to a backlog of reservations, it would be a 2 to 3 week process. With a sigh, Kim Joo-hee-yuk asked for a rough estimate of their value. Morris displayed a figure on his phone that left him momentarily speechless at the sheer number of digits. The merchant clarified that this was merely his personal valuation, and that the final price at auction could be substantially higher. Relics from the Age of Destruction were prized not just for their antiquity, but for their synergistic properties with the constellations that had emerged at the end of that period. With one of these artifacts, even a person with no special lineage could potentially form a contract with an S-rank constellation like the Alchemist Zone. After confirming the authenticity of the mana-circulating artifacts, Morris made an offer to purchase the 8 rings, declaring it his fortunate day. Kim Joo-hee-yuk agreed to the partial sale, securing a significant sum that effectively resolved his financial issues. He exited the market through the same portal and found himself back in the cafe. His departure was immediately followed by a call from his instructor, Lilia, who invited him to lunch at the gym, her treat. She ended the call abruptly before he could respond. The protagonist considered her motives. Perhaps she sought friendship, but given his free schedule, he saw no reason to decline. As he was leaving, he failed to notice another individual approaching Morris, a man who was, in fact, the Black Cat, the proprietor of the entire market. He playfully chided Morris for his casual demeanor, but admitted that he found his communication style refreshing. The Black Cat revealed that, for the first time in a great while, he had submitted an anonymous bid for the upcoming auction, as his own constellation had taken an interest in the ring. As he was examining the artifacts, a notification appeared. Another constellation was also monitoring the ring and was determined to acquire it. At a restaurant within Valhalla, Kim Joo-hee-yuk sat for a meal with his teacher, Lilia, but left his food untouched, pondering the necessity of such an establishment at the academy. Lilia clarified that, in addition to the standard cafeteria and staff cafe, there were also conventional restaurants available for both students and faculty. Bemused by his lack of awareness, she moved on to the purpose of their meeting, formally offering him the position of her assistant. The main character's refusal was immediate, but Lilia pressed him to at least hear the full offer. She detailed the benefits: a scholarship, numerous institutional guarantees, and the opportunity to co-author a dissertation on newly discovered monster characteristics. If their research were to be published, his name would be entered into the records of the World Association for the Study of Monsters, a distinction that would bring both renown and wealth. He would also be granted leave from the academy twice a week, a significant increase from the standard once-a-month allowance. Kim Joo-hyuk skeptically inquired if there were any additional perks. A slightly exasperated Lilia added that he would have the privilege of working directly with her, but he once again declined, stating that her terms held no appeal for him. His primary objective was to reach the Eye of the Great Forest, a location only accessible during the certification period, and her assistance would not expedite this process. He had no desire to be an assistant or to co-author a dissertation. Lilia then proposed an alternative arrangement, an exchange of information. She would provide him with valuable intelligence in return for his insights into the nature of monsters. The instructor brought up Choi Aron, implying a close relationship due to his ongoing training of her. Kim Joo-hyuk dismissed this, stating he was merely assisting with her stamina, and that the rumors of Aron's potential expulsion from the Choi Jin family were of no concern to him. He rose to depart, making it clear that her proposed benefits were not compelling enough. Lilia persisted, demanding that he provide some information as compensation for the meal, but he refused, reiterating that her offer was of no value to him. He did, however, pose a question of his own. Why was her demeanor so affable outside of class, yet so severe during their lessons? Lilia explained that as an instructor responsible for teaching monster combat, a strict approach was necessary. The subject she taught was a matter of survival, and since many students failed to retain even the most fundamental attack patterns, she had to maintain a stern persona. Kim Joo-hyuk labeled this as mere ideology, but Lilia insisted it was her professional obligation. She made one last attempt to extract information from him in exchange for the lunch, but he declined and took his leave. Elsewhere, in Si-hong, at the Choi Jin family estate, the head of the True History Guild, Choi Jong-seo, had summoned his eldest son, Choi Jin-jong, and his second daughter, Aron. He made a formal announcement. In 3 weeks' time, a placement test would be held, and its successful completion would grant them the right to form a contract through the sacred relic of the Vond scientists, thereby validating their claim to the family inheritance. Any who failed would be subject to immediate disownment. Both Aaron and Jin-jong affirmed that they would succeed. After the formal meeting, Jin-jong taunted his sister, asking if she had failed to grasp the subtext of their father's words. He suggested that her ambition to lead the family was a delusion, branding her as illegitimate and asserting that she, who had been unable to secure the constellation's blessing, was no competition for him, who had already established a contract. He advised her to enjoy the family's wealth while she still could, promising a reckoning in 3 weeks. Aron, clenching her jaw, recalled her mother's words. Once she became the head of the family, she would have the power to do as she pleased. This ambition had become her singular focus, and she swore to herself that she would see it through. During a class at Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk was lost in his own world when Bosch, the demon within his sword, noted that the examination period was fast approaching. He admonished the boy for his lack of focus, pointing out that their instructor, Legan, was at that very moment outlining the specifics of the upcoming test. The main character, who typically tuned out such announcements, paid it no mind. Legan emphasized the critical importance of the Academy's examinations. Any student who failed to meet the minimum score on the midterm and final tests would face expulsion. He implored the students to take their preparations seriously, particularly for the written exams, which would outnumber the practical assessments. Kim Joo-hyuk was aware that he needed to remain at the academy until he could access the Eye of the Great Forest, but he lacked a clear plan for how to do so. He decided to consult with Barcho, who had been passively present for all his classes. The young man proposed that the demon take the written tests on his behalf, with the promise that he would review the answers and correct any errors. Barcho protested, calling the scheme a dishonorable deception, but Kim Joo-hyuk countered that he would have relied on his hints regardless, so the demon might as well complete the task himself. With their debate concluded, the main character exited the classroom. He was approached by Choi Aron, who asked if he intended to train that day. Deciding it was time for a frank discussion, Kim Joo-hyuk suggested that they begin her instruction in swordsmanship. He had observed from her training that her actual skill with a blade was practically non-existent. Rather than delve into intricate martial arts, he resolved to first teach her the proper way to hold a sword. He set a meeting time at the training room adjacent to the gymnasium, and a thrilled Aaron readily agreed. At the start of their session, he asked her when she had last held a sword. The girl confessed that a day and a half had passed since she had last touched one, a departure from her previous daily practice due to their focus on strength training. The protagonist instructed her to unsheath her blade and grip the hilt, concentrating her force in her ring and little fingers. As she did so, her sword erupted in blue flames, despite her not consciously attempting to use magic. Aaron discovered that this specific grip gave her a greater sense of control over the weapon than a two-handed hold ever had. Kim Joo-hyuk then commanded her to attack him with her full power. She focused her intent, and her movements became more fluid and rapid. Her legs seemed to move of their own accord, and her strikes gained a new level of precision. He cautioned her against channeling too much magic into her legs and urged her to continue her assault. Aaron fell back and began another series of swings with her sword. The protagonist acknowledged that her striking form was already commendable, but suggested she incorporate a more complete body turn when halting her movements. He encouraged her to press the attack, and she resumed her practice, her strikes growing in confidence with each repetition. Kim Joo-hyuk, observing her progress, knew that the training had made Aaron significantly more formidable, just as he had anticipated. Her advancement was a clear validation that a focus on endurance and correct form could yield substantial results, even for someone accustomed to depending on the magic of a constellation. Following an hour of rigorous practice at the Valhalla gym, Kim Joo-hyuk called an end to Choi Aron's session. The girl, though physically spent, could feel a tangible improvement in her abilities. The skill she possessed during the entrance exams felt amateurish compared to her current state, though she was still leagues away from the main character's level. It was precisely this gap in ability that had driven her to seek his tutelage. Mustering her courage, Aaron went to him and asked if he would be willing to spar with her during their next session. Kim Joo-hyuk gave a non-committal response, though he was privately considering the idea. It occurred to him that interacting with her might prove beneficial. He had recognized her latent talent during the exam. She employed breathing techniques that were familiar to him, yet subtly different. This interaction could potentially help him recover his own senses, which had been dulled over the past 300 years. In a previous life, he might have deemed her worthy of being his disciple, but in this new era, the old standards no longer applied. Aaron repeated her request for a sparring match, and he, in a moment of jest, told her he had no desire to. She accepted his words at face value, expressing her belief that simply following his instructions would be enough to make her stronger. They arranged to meet again at a later time. 2 weeks later, the entire student body was assembled at the Valhalla Stadium. Soyeon from the Yushin family, who had not been to the stadium since the entrance ceremony, was struck by the sheer volume of students. Oh, Sehyuk also expressed his surprise at the size of the crowd. Kim Joo-hyuk, clueless as to the purpose of the gathering, questioned Bossy, the entity within his sword. The demon dryly reminded him that their class instructor had explained this very event 2 weeks prior. At that moment, Instructor Lagoon addressed the assembled students and outlined the protocol for the midterm examinations. Their assigned task was to ensure their own survival within a synthetically generated dungeon of F+ rank. The students were instructed to create teams, preferably with 8 members, though participation as an individual was also permitted. Points would be awarded based on each student's contribution to the overall task, and failure to complete the challenge within a 5-hour time frame would lead to disqualification. He placed great emphasis on the importance of team synergy, warning that imbalanced groups were likely to fail due to internal strife. The invigilators would be monitoring their progress with 3 potential outcomes: a pass, a fail, or an outright disqualification. A buzz of excitement and anxiety filled the air as the students began to organize themselves into groups. Soyeon immediately took charge, assembling a capable six-person team, confident that this number was sufficient for a dungeon of F+ rank. She understood the critical role of teamwork and knew that students from prominent families like her own would have a better grasp of the challenge's dynamics. While other students formed larger groups of 8 or 10, these often ill-conceived teams were plagued by infighting. With only 30 minutes remaining until the dungeon entry, the final preparations for the evaluation were underway. Kim Joo-hyuk, observing the proceedings, found himself wondering if any student had ever managed to pass the exam on their first attempt. His attention was drawn to Ah-rin, who had yet to enter the dungeon. Approaching her, he sarcastically asked if she was waiting for more favorable weather conditions. She simply stated that she was adhering to his advice. Irritated by her parroting of his own words, the protagonist announced his intention to proceed alone and suggested she do the same. Though surprised, Arin resolved to follow his lead. A team of 7 approached her, inviting her to be their 8th member. She politely declined, explaining her plan to enter solo. They attempted to change her mind, warning of the high risk of disqualification. But Ah-rin, trusting in Kim Joo-hyuk's assessment that the task was not difficult, remained resolute and entered the dungeon by herself. In the observation chamber of the Valhalla Stadium, the faculty monitored the students' progress via special glasses that recorded all their actions within the dungeon. Lee Gun, one of the instructors, remarked that while the grading criteria might appear harsh, they were precise and left no room for error. Lee Sang-chi-ole, a combat instructor and a contractor of legendary status, with a 99% dungeon clearing success rate, had been known for his meticulousness since his military days. His professional standing and numerous accolades gave his judgments significant weight, and his opinions were highly respected by his peers. Lee Sang-chi-ole reflected that this year had brought a wealth of talented students to the academy, particularly the 5th-generation heirs. Among this exceptional group, So-yeon of the Yuxin family was a clear standout. She led her team with confidence, effectively motivating her peers and engaging monsters with remarkable skill. In a standard raid scenario, she expertly assigned roles and positioned herself to guarantee both point acquisition and the successful clearing of the dungeon. The instructors were unanimous in their belief that, were it not for Kim Joo-hyuk, So-yeon would have effortlessly reclaimed her position at the top of the class rankings. The mention of Kim Joo-hyuk prompted Lee Sang-chi-ole to check on his performance. He switched his view to the appropriate camera, but the tracking system, which could locate any student within the dungeon, was unable to find him. It was then revealed that the main character had not only entered the dungeon alone, but had already completed it in a staggering 23 minutes and 32 seconds. The instructors were left speechless. The 18-year-old student had achieved a result that would have been impressive for a full team of 8. Lee Sang-chi-ole decided to analyze the recordings of his run. Kim Joo-hyuk's swordsmanship was nothing short of masterful. He moved with incredible speed and precision, creating a scene of absolute carnage. The orcs were felled in quick succession, and the special golem created specifically for the exam was defeated in a single, decisive blow. The teachers watched the footage in a state of awe. Lee Sang-chi-ole knew with certainty that the top spot in the midterm exams would once again belong to this extraordinary young man. In the Valhalla faculty lounge, Lee Gun was reviewing the midterm results, his expression one of utter disbelief. Kim Joo-hyuk had claimed first place yet again, a result that was shocking even though many had anticipated he would do well. No one could have predicted that he would clear an F+ rank dungeon solo in under 24 minutes, and without sustaining a single scratch. Lee Gun mused that if the young man continued on this trajectory and entered the professional hunter industry, Korea could reclaim its title as the home of the world's strongest contractor, a distinction not held since the days of the legendary Sam. Lee Sang-chi-ole, the combat instructor, was so overwhelmed with excitement that he was at a loss for words. Lee Gun then noted the pleasant surprise of Choi Ah-rin securing second place, surpassing So Yong from the Yushin family. Emulating Kim Joo-hyuk, she had also cleared the dungeon alone, and despite incurring some injuries, she had done so with remarkable speed. Lee Sang-cheole observed that even with the exam's focus on teamwork, the two had earned high marks for their individual prowess. He cautioned, however, that he would not recommend their solo approach to other students, as it was a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Lee Gun's thoughts turned to Ah-rin. She possessed the clear aura of a future leader for the Choijin Guild, yet her decision to tackle the dungeon alone was perplexing. He briefly considered that Kim Joo-hyuk might have influenced her, but dismissed the idea, choosing instead to concentrate on the task of assigning grades. The following day, a crowd of students gathered around the bulletin board, buzzing with astonishment at the published results. Kim Joo-hyuk was ranked first, with Ah-rin in second. Elsewhere, a seething Rockdill Ventric demanded to know the whereabouts of Dicer from his subordinate, Uriah. Upon confirming his presence in Korea, he gave the order to contact him at once and arrange a meeting. In Seoul, Rockdill and Dicer met over a meal. Dicer asked for the identity of the individual who was causing him so much trouble. Rockdill dismissed the matter, describing the first year as a mindless orphan whose humble background he found irritating. He gave Dicer free rein to handle the situation as he saw fit, so long as the objective was achieved. Dicer, recalling a past incident where he was forced to eliminate several members of the palace family to suppress rumors about a woman, noted that creating a disturbance at the university would be a more complex affair. Rockdill gave his assurance that he would make all the necessary arrangements and provide a handsome reward. A week later, Kim Joo-hyuk submitted another application to leave the academy. Bark served as a reminder that his high exam scores granted him additional leave privileges, an opportunity not to be wasted. The protagonist intended to use this time to locate his remaining hidden caches. He set out for Suwon, confident that one of them was located in the vicinity. He was taken by surprise, however, when Dicer materialized before him, his appearance a clear omen of trouble. At the black market in the 7th District, the proprietor known as the Black Cat received a query from the Beyond Constellation, asking about the availability of the ring. He replied that the artifact was undergoing the standard processing and would be delivered via portal shortly. The Black Cat was taken aback by the constellation's unusual persistence, a reaction he had never witnessed before. He hoped that the delivery of the ring would finally placate the impatient celestial being. After placing the artifact in a specially prepared box, he informed the constellation it was ready for collection, only to be told that it was already present. The proprietor was left puzzled, his thoughts turning to the ring's origin in the era of destruction, a fact that made it exceptionally precious. Meanwhile, in Suwon, Kim Joo-hyuk found himself face-to-face with Dicer, the assassin sent by Rockdill Ventric. The stranger stood before him, and Kim Joo-hyuk asked what he wanted. Immediately sensing this was an assassination attempt, the protagonist told Dicer to take a good look at him, implying that any competent adversary would instinctively recognize his power. This was a realization he had come to a few days prior, after observing the reactions of those around him. An enraged Dicer called him a fool for a Valhalla first-place winner and threw a punch. Kim Joo-hyuk effortlessly sidestepped the attack, which connected with a tree and split it in two. Dicer smirked, calling him fortunate and suggesting it was his lucky day. The protagonist laughed in response, retorting that he had simply dodged a slow attack. After gauging his opponent's power, Kim Joo-hyuk concluded that Dicer was even more formidable than Oh Si-hyuk, and his own fragile body was not yet prepared for such powerful blows. Opting to avoid a direct confrontation, he turned and fled. Dicer gave chase, shouting that he wouldn't be allowed to escape as he swung his fists wildly. Abruptly, however, Kim Joo-hyuk stopped, aimed his fist at his pursuer, and asked if he was using mana. Dicer, astonished by his speed, hadn't even registered how close the young man had gotten. A single blow from the main character sent him flying back several meters. Kim Joo-hyuk pressed his advantage with a flurry of kicks and punches. After evading the final strike, Daiser got to his feet, still in a state of shock, and demanded to know what he had just done. With a smirk, the protagonist asked if he was unaware that he had taken first place at Valhalla. Daiser, unable to comprehend the source of his strength, accused him of using some kind of performance-enhancing drugs. Daiser, an exile from the Ventric family, reflected on his life. His innate talent and immunity to the negative effects of elixirs had made him a pawn for his parents, who had plied him with potions worth hundreds of millions in a bid to elevate the family's standing. By the time he was 16, he had surpassed the strength of any ordinary man, but his family intended to use him for their own ambitions. Refusing a life under their thumb, Daiser had eliminated them all and seized control for himself. Yet, despite his overwhelming power, he was eventually cast out and became a pariah, a mere figurehead leader. He was indifferent to his family's acknowledgement. In this dark world, money was the solution to all problems. Since his break with the Ventrix, his power had only continued to grow. Rockdale's offer had intrigued him not just for the reward, but also out of a curiosity for Kim Joo-hyuk, the first year who had topped the entrance exams and was causing such a stir. Daiser had thought it would be an amusing diversion to toy with him. Confronting Kim Joo-hyuk, Daiser questioned what kind of elixirs he had consumed to attain such strength, scoffing that the cheap concoctions available to an orphan would be insufficient. The protagonist laughed, dismissing his words as nonsense, and clarifying that his power was the result of intense training alone. He drew a comparison between Daiser and Oh Seok, but then added that it would be an insult to the latter's natural gifts to be compared to such a boy. Enraged, Daiser produced a sword that emanated a dark aura. As his magical power surged, he shouted, asking if Kim Joo-hyuk truly believed he would be allowed to leave so easily. The main character, however, gave his enemy no time to recover, striking him and sending him crashing against a tree. Grabbing Daiser by the hair, he began to pummel his face, stating that he had brought this beating upon himself. Kim Joo-hyuk had no intention of letting him go, not after Daiser had threatened his life. He told him to grit his teeth and prepared to deliver another blow. Meanwhile, in the Valhalla dormitory, Rockdale Ventric was awaiting word from Daiser. Knowing his personality, he was confident that Kim Joo-hyuk was most likely dead. Arranging a cleanup for an incident off campus was always a nuisance, but since it had occurred away from the school, Rockdale considered it a perfect outcome. He instructed Yuri to have the car prepared, but was interrupted by a call from Daiser's phone. Expecting to hear his associate, Rockdale was met with a series of muffled sounds, followed by the voice of Kim Joo-hyuk. He mockingly suggested that Rockdale's jaw must have hit the floor, and then relayed a message from Daiser. If he were to die, Rockdale should burn 2 sticks of incense for him. Kim Joo-hyuk made it clear he knew who was behind the attack and told Rockdale to expect him. Rockdale Ventric hung up the phone without a word, seething at the first year's audacity. When his assistant brought him tea, he yelled at her and refused the drink. His mind was consumed by thoughts of Kim Joo-hyuk. He had never imagined he could defeat the notoriously powerful Daiser. Rockdale was now at a loss for how to deal with the young man, aware that news of Daiser's failure could reach the Ventric family, leading to unwelcome repercussions. He decided, however, that Kim Joo-hyuk's unremarkable background would work to his advantage, as he was unlikely to be accepted into any influential family. Rockdale resolved to lay low and observe his enemy from a distance, avoiding any further overt actions. Meanwhile, Kim Joo-hyuk, leaving the battered Daiser behind, resumed his journey to Suwon. Bosch, the demon in his sword, finally spoke, asking if he had left his senses at home to have picked a fight with such an opponent. The main character replied that he would handle him later, as there was nothing more to be done at the moment. Bosch then questioned why he hadn't killed Daiser. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that in his previous life he might have, but in this world, such an act would only lead to trouble. The demon noted that the dark aura emanating from Daiser's sword felt strangely familiar. If Kim Ju-hyuk had poured in more mana, he might have been able to identify it. Barsh speculated that it was connected to black magic, a practice used in animal sacrifices 300 years ago. The protagonist concurred that the aura could be linked to the hidden side of the blade constellation that Daiser had mentioned. Kim Ju-hyuk had tried to learn from Daiser, who had sent him, but the man had remained silent, likely due to a broken jaw. After setting the jaw, the guy repeated his question, but Daiser still refused to speak. Enraged, Kim Ju-hyuk crushed his hand, breaking his fingers, and demanded he tell him everything, threatening to break the rest of his bones. Daiser finally relented, admitting he had been hired by Rockdill Ventric. The protagonist, who had long suspected the student, asked why Daiser was there and if he was affiliated with Valhalla. Daiser identified himself as a first-kind mercenary, someone who carried out orders for pay. Kim Ju-hyuk, recalling the term, dismissed them as thugs who lived off the wealth of others. An insulted Daiser declared that his constellation was the hidden side of the blade, and that if he had managed to hold out for another 30 seconds with his magic, the outcome of the fight would have been different. Unimpressed, Kim Ju-hyuk said that he could let him go for telling the truth, but instead re-broke his jaw, leaving him writhing in agony. Returning to the city, Kim Ju-hyuk was in a foul mood. He hadn't located his stashes, and Rockdill Ventric was still scheming against him. He decided to employ modern tactics, recording Daiser's confession and contemplating where to release it. He placed a call to his teacher, Lilia. She answered cheerfully, asking if he had reconsidered her offer to become her assistant. Kim Ju-hyuk replied that he needed an introduction to a reporter among her contacts to disseminate some important information. The next day, the media erupted with news of the attack on a Valhalla student, orchestrated by the Ventric family. Pleased with the outcome, Kim Ju-hyuk remarked that this was the nature of modern warfare. Barsh, the demon in his sword, commended him on his swift adaptation to the current culture, despite having lived 300 years ago. The main character admitted that the adjustment had not been easy, and that he had learned by browsing online communities. He was, however, annoyed. His sole intention had been to expose Rockdill Ventric, but the journalists, with the help of the reporter Lilia had introduced him to, had escalated the situation into a full-blown scandal involving the entire Ventric family. The head of the family, Adelia Ventric, released an official statement. She offered a formal apology for the incident, emphasizing that the attack had been carried out by Daiser, who had been long disowned by the family. According to her statement, his claim of Rockdill's involvement was a fabrication designed to mitigate his own culpability. Adelia asserted that the family had no connection to the incident, but since Daiser had once been a Ventric, they felt a moral obligation to make amends and promised to apologize to the victim in person. As for Rockdill, he was under suspicion of having an indirect link to Daiser and had been recalled home for an internal inquiry. The prosecutor's office had also launched an investigation into the family, and Adelia gave her assurance that they would resolve the issues. Rockdill received a call from his father, who commanded him to return home. It was a direct family order, and he had no choice but to comply. The following day, he watched an interview with Daiser, in which he accepted full responsibility, insisting he had acted alone. Kim Ju-hyuk was shocked as he watched the video. Had Daiser truly abandoned all pride? He despised the Ventrics, yet the prospect of a personal apology from Adelia left him feeling uneasy. Deciding the lesson should conclude early, he made his way to the cafe on the academy grounds to meet with Lilia. She immediately renewed her offer for him to become her assistant, which he again declined. The teacher playfully asked if he had invited her on a date, but was surprised by his informal manner of speaking. Kim Ju-hyuk replied that they had been communicating in this way for some time. He thanked her for the introduction to the reporter and offered to share his knowledge of monster combat in exchange for her help in securing weekend leave from the academy. Lily countered with an offer of daily leave if he became her assistant, but he once again refused. Meanwhile, in the North Pacific, aboard a prisoner transport frigate, Dizer was confined to a combat cell. He was seething with rage. He was being sent to the prison tower, a penitentiary created by an S-rank constellation where even the most powerful contractors were rendered powerless. Dizer knew his silence was crucial to keeping Rockdeal within the family, a sacrifice that could potentially reduce his own sentence by 5 years. The alternative was a catastrophic outcome for himself. Hearing a familiar voice, he turned, and after a sudden blow, he saw a figure whose presence signaled new and dire problems. He was confronted by an unidentified assailant who, without a word of warning, delivered a fatal stab wound to his throat. In his final moments, Dizer heard the words, "The first kind has no use for the likes of you." His life was extinguished before he could uphold his vow of silence to shorten his sentence. At the Ventric family mansion, Rockdeal was meeting with the head of the family, Adelia, and his father. The chief demanded an explanation for why he had orchestrated the attack on Kim Ju-hyuk. Rockdeal apologized, claiming his actions were meant to protect the family's honor, but Adelia retorted that his wounded pride had only served to tarnish the Ventric name. She was furious, but the pressing question was what to do next. Rockdeal fell to his knees, swearing to restore the family's honor. Adelia skeptically noted that the only viable path was to banish him, just as they had done with Dizer. Rockdeal's father protested, deeming the punishment too severe, but Adelia clarified that exile would be an admission of Rockdeal's guilt, an outcome she wished to avoid. Instead, she instructed him to return to Valhalla, maintain his silence, and await her meeting with Kim Ju-hyuk, after which she would render her decision. His father gave him a stern order to keep a low profile and not to exacerbate the situation. Rockdeal, however, whispered to his father that despite the media storm, he would find a way to resolve everything once the situation calmed down. He alluded to a new plan, asking his father to keep it confidential and to provide his assistance. A few days later, in the Valhalla meeting room, the faculty were discussing the impending visit of Adelia Ventric, who intended to personally apologize to Kim Ju-hyuk. Ligand remarked that while the family had officially denied involvement, their actions were, from a moral standpoint, the correct ones. He had heard that Adelia would be flying to Korea for the meeting. An irritated Kim Ju-hyuk believed the family's true intention was to punish Rockdeal internally, and that the head's visit was merely a compulsory gesture. Ligand and the other instructors were troubled. The attack on a student, Dizer's confession of Rockdeal's involvement, and the Ventric's attempts to quash the scandal all raised serious questions. Lagoon voiced his suspicion that the family was making substantial donations to the academy in exchange for their silence on the matter. Kim Ju-hyuk responded calmly, stating that he would speak with Adelia. Lagoon, surprised by his composure, wished him luck. At that moment, a knock came at the door. The head of the family had arrived. Ligand excused himself from the room, leaving the two of them alone. Adelia entered, introduced herself, and expressed her pleasure at finally meeting him. Kim Ju-hyuk, maintaining a calm demeanor, returned the pleasantry. In the Valhalla meeting room, Adelia Ventric, the family matriarch, opened her meeting with Kim Ju-hyuk with an apology for the incident involving Dizer. She reiterated the public stance that Rockdeal, despite his harassment, had no involvement in the actual attack. Kim Ju-hyuk reminded her of her promise to expel Rockdeal, but Adelia explained that the family was at an impasse due to a severe loss of public trust. She requested his help in resolving the scandal, promising in return to support him until his graduation and to provide a recommendation to the Ventric-sponsored guilds to secure his future. The protagonist, mentally branding the Ventrics as liars, refused the offer, declaring he had no need for their rewards. He wanted their shame, brought on by Rockdeal, to persist. An enraged Adelia was suddenly enveloped in demonic energy as she reminded him to whom he was speaking. She stated that she had come to Vile Academy to offer him a path to glory, and he had dared to insult her. Unfazed, Kim Ju-hyuk pointed out her contradictory actions. first denying the family's role, then offering a bribe for his silence, and now threatening his life. A threat, he added, she would be unable to carry out. Adelia, restraining her fury, departed with a warning that he would come to regret every word he had spoken. Left alone, Kim Joo-hyuk discussed the encounter with Barge. Barge questioned the wisdom of provoking Adelia to such an extent. The protagonist explained his disdain for tyrants who demand obedience, comparing her to an insect attempting to place him in shackles. Barge, whom he despised for the very same reason, had to agree. With a sigh, Kim Joo-hyuk decided to head to bed, as his classes for the day were finished. Near the Valhalla Stadium, he spotted Aaron, who was being confronted by Choi Jin-jong, the eldest son of the Choi Jin family. He was sneering at her, asking if she truly believed she could win the upcoming selection test. He advised her against even showing up to spare herself the public humiliation and offered her a deal. Aaron's silent refusal angered Jin-jong, who called it her final opportunity. Kim Joo-hyuk stepped in, calling him a clumsy oaf and demanding he stay away from the academy's students. Jin-jong, not recognizing him, was indignant. The protagonist, however, ignored him and simply told him to get lost. He asked Aaron if she concurred, and she gave a silent nod. Jin-jong, after muttering that he would see them at the test, departed. Aaron thanked her teacher, but admitted that when he had asked for her agreement, she had thought of a different word to use instead of get lost. Kim Joo-hyuk, remarking that she was more frightening than he had realized, advised her to put the incident behind her and focus on her training. On Seong Hill, Kim Joo-hyuk resumed the search for his hidden stashes. Barge asked if the treasures he had already recovered were not sufficient. The protagonist conceded that the demon had a point, but he was driven by curiosity. How many caches had survived, and what valuables remained within them? He harbored a hope that his findings would help him overcome the weaknesses that had been a part of him since his time as Kim Hyun-oh. He even entertained the thought that if he had met Barge earlier in his life, he might not have killed him 300 years ago. At that moment, the selection test for the Choi Jin family commenced. A throng of reporters gathered outside the building as the family head, Choi Jong-suk, announced that the winner, the one who could find the double blade in the mountains, would be named the heir, while the losers would be exiled. Both Aaron and Jin-jong accepted the terms of the challenge. The objective was straightforward: locate the blade by any means necessary, short of killing. Aaron immediately darted forward, and Jin-jong, with a laugh, decided he would simply take the sword from his sister after she found it. The day before, he had received a call from a stranger who had expressed an interest in the double blade. Jin-jong had explained that he needed to pass a test to acquire it and had requested more time. The stranger, reminding him that a promise had been made before a constellation, assured him of success if he remained focused. Realizing this was his last chance, he began his search. Aaron, navigating through the dense forest, sensed the magical signature of the blade approximately 15 minutes away. As she moved toward it, Jin-jong, noticing her direction, understood that the sword was in that location as well. He asked who had taught her to track magical trails. Aaron replied that it was Kim Joo-hyuk. He had explained the fundamentals of mana control to her. She had already mastered the ability to alter the properties of lightning, but her teacher had shown her the finer points of control. He had instructed her to relax her body, to utilize her fingertips, to slowly circulate her magic, and to feel its presence in the air. Aaron had tried it. She was enveloped in a magical flame and could perceive the auras around herself and her teacher, but her energy was quickly depleted. Kim Joo-hyuk had explained that this technique would allow her to detect even faint magical pulses. With sufficient practice, she would be able to perceive the silhouettes of objects through their magical signatures, especially if their mana type was similar to her own. He had added that from that point on, she would have to continue her training independently. Aaron had nodded, her face beaming with happiness. Jin-jong, hearing this, recalled the impudent young man he had seen with Aaron. Surprised that such a lowlife could possess such profound talent, he approached his sister with a menacing look. Aaron declared that her teacher was far stronger than he was. Jing-jong, casting aside all restraint, drew his sword and attacked. Aaron parried the blow, a move that stunned her brother. He was incredulous that she had become so powerful and wondered when she had found the time to improve so drastically. On Siyong Hill, Kim Joo-hyuk was still searching for his hidden caches. He was growing frustrated. There was only one stash remaining in all of Valhalla, and its elusiveness was infuriating him. After making one final circuit of the area, he at last located it, a wave of relief washing over him. His celebration was cut short by the sound of a powerful explosion nearby. Rushing to investigate, he came upon the scene of the battle between Choi Aren and her brother, Jing Jong. They were still locked in combat, exchanging devastating blows. Jing Jong taunted that the academy had turned Aren into a wild boar, though he conceded that she had grown physically stronger. Aren demanded that he move away from the double blade, but he just laughed, calling her a bastard who was unworthy of the relic. Aren, remembering Kim Joo-hyuk's advice, delivered a series of precise strikes that eventually sent her brother to the ground. She was confident that this blow would be the end of the fight and moved to claim the blade. However, Jing-jong found the strength to rise, now surrounded by a demonic aura, and reminded her that her blessing was insignificant compared to his contract with the constellation. He vowed to repay her for his defeat 100 times over. Aren, noticing the aura, asked if he had become a villain. Jing-jong was taken aback by her question, but he evaded her close-range attack, stunned her, and knocked her to the ground. He then stabbed her in the stomach, warning her not to move if she wanted to live. Aren struggled to speak, asking if he had made a pact with an evil constellation. Jing-jong confirmed that, in order to preserve the honor of the Choi Jin Guild, he had signed a contract with an A-rank constellation from the devotee faction, the third most dangerous in the world. He was surprised that she cared about his choices and asked if she had any idea of the years he had toiled in the family guild. From the age of 12, as the eldest son, he had been expected to perform heroic deeds, but was never allowed to make his own choices. As a teenager, he had met a devotee who offered him membership, promising a life of power and freedom that was unattainable under his family's rule. The price of this freedom was the acquisition of the family heirloom, the double blade. If Aren had simply conceded earlier, he could have easily obtained it. Jing-jong then confessed that 10 years prior, during the first selection test, he had killed their older sister, Choi Ah-jin, but had failed the test because he couldn't find the blade. His father had found Ah-jin and tried to save her, but she had disappeared from the hospital. Jing-jong hinted that Aren's mother had fainted upon seeing the resemblance to her missing sister in Aren's face, and told her to give Ah-jin his regards. Jing-jong raised his sword again to deliver the final blow to Ah-rin. At the last possible moment, however, Kim Joo-hyuk intervened, blocking his blade. Kim Joo-hyuk furiously demanded to know what in the world he was doing. Jing-jong dismissed it as a family matter and warned him not to interfere. The main character, appalled by the cruelty of a family where threatening a sister with a knife was considered normal, decided to deliver his own form of justice. He struck Jing-jong with a powerful blow. A surprised Aren asked her teacher why he was there. He explained that he had been searching for a stash in the area and noticed her stomach wound. He instructed her to fall back and use magic to heal the injury, which she did. Jing-jong, recognizing Kim Joo-hyuk as the rude individual who had defended his sister before, called it a family dispute and, gripping his sword, charged at him. The protagonist dodged with expert skill, remarking that one should not aim for a stationary target, but rather anticipate the movements of an attentive opponent. He delivered a devastating blow that finished Jing-jong. Having been sent flying, he realized his opponent had moved beyond his reach. Kim Joo-hyuk asked Ah-rin if she was able to walk, but she was uncertain. Suddenly, Jing-jong's body was consumed by dark flames. Barge made contact with Kim Joo-hyuk, warning him that it was sword magic, and the protagonist asked if Jing-jong was the villain. He rose to his feet and called him a bastard and a Valhalla newcomer who dared not challenge the guild leader. He attacked again, but Kim Joo-hyuk stood his ground, continuing to parry his attacks while mocking that the guild leader could have chosen a better position. Jing Jong, amazed that the 17-year-old was able to block and counter his attacks, produced a crystal from his jacket to form a preliminary contract with the constellation. After biting down on it, he began to radiate a demonic aura. Not far from the test site, the ground trembled, and a wave of demonic energy, visible even to the naked eye, erupted from the forest. The double blade was located there. Choi Jong-seok, who was observing the test, understood what was happening, but tradition forbade him from intervening. The situation, however, was clearly too dangerous, and he decided to investigate personally. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at Jing Jong and said that he had waited for him to finish his transformation, but was underwhelmed by the increase in his magic. Jing Jong retorted that this was but a fraction of the power granted by the contract. A notification suddenly appeared. The all-slaying dragon's constellation had recognized the sacred relic and was descending. Jing Jong gritted his teeth and activated the dragon's nature-piercing ability. A dragon materialized before Kim Joo-hyuk, but it suddenly grew calm, was overcome with terror, and refused to engage in battle. The constellation severed the contract, reclaimed its power, and fled. Kim Joo-hyuk walked confidently toward Jing Jong and asked who was at their end now. Meanwhile, the leader of the devotees, the Terror Dragon King, was monitoring the events. He contacted the all-slaying dragon's constellation, who blamed Jing Jong for the trouble he was in. The constellation commanded the leader to stop distributing artificial relics and to behave himself. The leader, surprised by the constellation's fury, realized that Jing Jong had done something to frighten even a celestial being. He resolved to discover what had transpired. Back in his dorm room at Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk retrieved a book of divine arts from his backpack, a breathing technique capable of greatly amplifying one's magical power. This had been the primary objective of his search for the stashes. In his past life, his technique had been subpar, purchased cheaply from a market, which was why Bark had been able to defeat him 300 years ago. Now, with a new body, he had the chance to start anew. He decided to put his physical training on hold to focus on mastering the divine arts. Bark noted that the situation with Aron had been resolved favorably, despite Jing Jong being left unconscious. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that he had departed after hearing footsteps, leaving the injured Aaron with her brother. Bars then asked why he had spared Jing Jong's life. The protagonist responded that after the Daiser incident, committing murder would have led to his expulsion or imprisonment. He had helped Aron to her feet, but sensing an approach, he had assumed it was her family and told her to wait for them, instructing her to say that she had defeated Jing Jong herself after he had exhausted his strength. After bidding her farewell, he had left, intending to master the divine arts and accumulation stones at the academy, something he had been unable to do previously due to his weak affinity for magic. The Choi Jin family was in turmoil over the selection test. The press was reporting on the chaos, and John Seok was in disbelief that there was a devotee informant within his family. The association had received the complaint, and unlike their silence regarding the Ventrikov case, the Choi Jin could not afford to ignore the situation. Jing Jong was turned over to the authorities, and Aron was admitted to the family hospital. Her wound was severe, but the bleeding had been stopped and she had sustained no organ damage. The news articles celebrated Aaron as a Valhalla student who had defeated a member of the devotees, drawing parallels to Kim Joo-hyuk. This narrative bolstered her position as the successor, but her victory over Jing Jong still raised questions. Aaron informed the witnesses that her brother had attacked her with dark magic, but that she had managed to defeat him using techniques taught to her by Kim Joo-hyuk. At Valhalla University, Kim Joo-hyuk spotted Aaron, though he had believed her to be in the hospital. She appeared to be in good health and waved to him. He recalled her message stating that her doctors had forbidden physical activity due to recent bleeding. His thoughts were interrupted by Bark, who insisted they needed to discuss the black magic they had encountered. The demon felt as though something was actively preventing him from recalling its true nature. Kim Ju-hyuk was surprised and asked if it was connected to Jing Jong. Bark hypothesized that meeting the second condition on the board might remove the mental block, but admitted it was only a theory. The protagonist remembered that the second condition was tied to the Eye of the Great Forest, an exam training ground where low scores could lead to expulsion. He clutched his head, calling the wait for the exams a waste of time, but decided that in the interim, he could focus on mastering Shindong and researching the Eye of the Great Forest. Teacher Li Gon entered the classroom and instructed everyone to be seated. He announced an inter-school competition in 1 month's time, with participants to be selected based on their final exam results. Li Gon asked Kim Ju-hyuk to come to the teacher's room, joking that their meeting place was becoming a habit. There, he invited him to participate in an international competition where the 3 largest schools, Korea's Valhalla, China's White Lotus, and America's Heroes, would field first-year students for sparring, labyrinth escapes, and other challenges. Students with high scores on the practical exam would represent the academy, and victory would come with a scholarship. Kim Ju-hyuk initially refused, but Li Gong, aware of his goal, mentioned that the competition's final task was entry into the Eye of the Great Forest, which also served as the final exam. Success in the competition would result in an automatic passing grade. Kim Ju-hyuk agreed to participate. At the Ventric estate, Adelia inquired about Rock Deal's preparations. The servant reported that his behavior was normal, but mentioned unsettling rumors about a market where someone was constructing buildings out of paper money, allegedly at the behest of the Black Cat. Adelia, not comprehending his motives, received a message from the Constellation Mask demanding further details. Meanwhile, at the market in the 7th District, the Black Cat assured the Constellation that he would carry out any of his commands. When asked about the purpose of the banknote construction, the Constellation simply replied that it was a gift. At the market in the 7th District, the Black Cat asked the Constellation, Two-Faced Ruler, why they were erecting a building made of banknotes. He was told that it was a present. The Great Lord then inquired if the cat had located the young man who had sold the ring, but he had been untraceable, though he remembered his physical features, voice, and attire. He gave his assurance that he was making every effort to find him. In the Valhalla teacher's room, Lee Sangchul asked Li Gun if he had finalized the participants for the inter-school competition. Li Gun presented the list, explaining that he had managed to persuade Kim Ju-hyuk, who had initially declined but changed his mind upon learning about the Eye of the Great Forest. Lee Sangchul found this curious, noting that most students were terrified of Oki, but Kim Ju-hyuk seemed oblivious to its reputation, likely because he slept through class. He surmised that the academy was merely a tool for the boy to achieve his own objectives, and suggested gathering the selected students for a training session. Ligon agreed and promised to make the necessary schedule adjustments. A few days later, 5 students, Oh Se-hyuk, So-yeon, Ah-rin, Cho Jun-jin, and Kim Ju-hyuk, assembled in a small auditorium. Lee Sang-cheol, the chief combat instructor, introduced himself, noting that their paths had crossed previously at the academy. He explained that they had been brought together to prepare for the inter-school competition, which was a month away. The training would cover 3 tasks: a student duel, similar to the entrance test, a team battle where all 3 schools would compete simultaneously, requiring rapid situational assessment, and a mission in the Eye of the Great Forest, a heavily fortified labyrinth accessible only through the main entrance, as the airspace above it was blocked. The specifics of the 3rd task would be revealed on the day of the competition. Lee Sang-chul began to explain the details of team combat, drawing on their experiences from dungeon raids. Kim Ju-hyuk, listening, thought, if there's a barrier, why not just break through it? He concluded that it couldn't be that straightforward. The teacher then asked if there were any questions. Kim Ju-hyuk requested to train individually, and Ah-rin seconded his request. Lee Sang-chul granted his permission, and as the others opted for team training, the The session concluded. Kim Joo-hyuk knew that prior to the competition, he needed to master the divine arts to enhance his physical form with mana, and he dedicated most of his time to this training. Ahrin approached him, asking if she should participate in the general training. He was surprised, asking if she hadn't said that her health prevented her from strenuous training. Ahrin explained that she had discussed her condition with Lee Goon, but had wanted to know if Kim Joo-hyuk was taking part in the competition. Upon learning that he was, she had also agreed to participate. Lee Goon had reminded her of her incomplete recovery, but Ahrin had insisted she could handle it. She confessed that, thanks to Kim Joo-hyuk, her goal had shifted from becoming the head of the Choi Jin family to a desire to grow stronger alongside him and assist him in his own goals. Kim Joo-hyuk, noting her unusual reaction, advised her not to push herself too hard and to focus on controlling her mana with minimal leg movement. He promised to help her after he had attended to his own business. Meanwhile, a victim, bound to a chair, was being tortured by having knives thrown at them. Suddenly, a photo appeared on the tormentor's phone, identifying their new target for assassination, Kim Joo-hyuk. The mercenaries were surprised that Samsel had ordered the killing of a schoolboy, but concluded that the client must have offered a substantial sum. They formulated a plan to assassinate Kim Joo-hyuk in a month's time during the inter-school competition, as the academy and dormitories were currently too well guarded. They were skeptical that anyone could breach the magical barrier to kill a student on campus. One of the mercenaries reasoned that it would be easier to carry out the assassination at the competition, with the presence of other schools providing cover. She was provided with the client's information. On the third day of the competition, there would be a task in the eye of the Great Forest, a mysterious labyrinth with no instructors present, only a drone observer and a few guards at the entrance. The teachers would be monitoring from the observation room. She decided to infiltrate the location first, with the other mercenaries following, as the task was their top priority. A month later, on the first day of the inter-school competition, the students were making their final preparations. Rockdil Ventric was focused, recalling a conversation with his father. He had confessed to hiring Il Shinjo, a three-man Ripper gang, to assassinate Kim Joo-hyuk. His father had been shocked, unable to believe his son would resort to such measures. Rockdil had assured him that his actions would not be traced back to the family and that he would handle it himself, as Samsel had already accepted the job. His father had advised him not to take any unnecessary risks. Rockdil, remembering Il Shinjo's promise to handle the matter at the competition, dismissed his assistant, Uria. The competition had officially begun. The Valhalla chairman, Shim Dae-ok-woon, introduced the competing teams: China's White Lotus, America's Heroes, and Korea's Valhalla. The competition was a 3-day event, with the first day dedicated to individual sparring matches. The participants were instructed to return to their waiting rooms to await the announcement of the match pairings. The head instructor for the Heroes, Jack Rover, approached Lee Sang-cheol, whom he had not seen in a long time. He reminisced that the previous year the Heroes had placed third, while Valhalla had a history of taking first place. Lee Sang-cheol acknowledged this, but Jack asserted that the Heroes would be victorious this year, thanks to their top contractor, Logan, also known as the Destroyer. His son, Jair, who was representing the Heroes, had made a contract with the All-Destroyers constellation and possessed similar, albeit weaker, abilities. Jack had heard about Kim Joo-hyuk teaching a villain a lesson, and Aaron doing the same, and he speculated that he and Jair would make a good team. The Valhalla representative announced the participants for the first round. From Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk, and from the Heroes, Jair. They made their way to the competition field. The rules were simple. The winner was the one who defeated their opponent. Strikes to vital areas were replaced with electric shocks to prevent fatal outcomes, though the pain was still very real. The defense system was in place before the team match, allowing the competitors to go all out. Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised by this system, but Barche warned him to conserve his physical stamina for the third mission. The main character immediately charged at him with his fist. His opponent, however, caught his hand and asked if he truly considered himself strong. Kim Joo-hyuk, while parrying Jae-ar's strikes, noted that he still had a long way to go. Jae-ar, calling him more modest than he had anticipated, asked about the difference between modesty and empty talk. The protagonist, continuing to build up his strength, easily deflected the attacks. He asked how long Jae-ar intended to remain on the defensive, and then delivered a powerful blow that sent him flying. Kim Joo-hyuk admitted that his opponent was more durable than he had expected, as he had planned to win with a single strike. Lee Sang-cheol, observing the match, noted Jae-ar's resilience in withstanding the blow. Jack Rover, the hero's instructor, commented that he had seen Kim Joo-hyuk's fights in raiding videos, but he hadn't appeared so formidable then. Jae-ar, not yet resorting to his destruction ability, focused his power into his hand and launched an attack. Kim Joo-hyuk, however, dodged and delivered a kick that slightly singed his hair. He asked if this was the devastating ability he had heard about. Jae-ar, having absorbed 2 blows to the stomach, was on the verge of collapsing but decided to unleash his destruction power. He channeled his magic into the floor, shattering it and sending debris into the air. He declared that he would make his attacks unpredictable by surrounding himself with a shield of spinning rocks. Kim Joo-hyuk easily located him, laughing at his attempt to hide behind the rocks, and landed another punch. Jae-ar was sent flying and did not get up. Kim Joo-hyuk was declared the winner. Jack Rover, stunned by his student's defeat, heard from Lee Sang-cheol that Kim Joo-hyuk was a monster, which was why he had not reacted emotionally. In the following round against the White Lotus, Kim Joo-hyuk was victorious again, and then once more in the match against the heroes. In the final individual sparring match, he faced Aaron. She noted that since they were both from Valhalla, the Academy's victory was assured, but the fight was necessary for the individual rankings. Aaron offered to concede as she had no need for the scholarship, but Kim Joo-hyuk insisted that she fight for the sake of the audience and to demonstrate her progress, taking her injuries into account. Aaron attacked with her sword, but Kim Joo-hyuk brought her down with a single blow. The Valhalla representative declared him the winner of the individual combat portion of the competition. Barsh called his actions ruthless, reminding him that he had promised to consider Aaron's injuries. He replied that he had been holding back, but the trajectory of her blade had unexpectedly shifted toward her stomach, and he had reacted instinctively with a punch. He noted that Aaron had grown stronger and that her mana capacity had increased, allowing her to store more energy. Lee Sang-cheol praised the participants, noting that the protection system had prevented serious injuries, but still advised them to visit the infirmary before discussing the next day's stage. Kim Joo-hyuk thought it was a waste of time, annoyed by the delay before the eye of the Great Forest. Lee Sang-cheol suggested they conclude the meeting and get some rest. As they were returning to their rooms, Kim Joo-hyuk stopped him to talk. In the teacher's room, Lee Sang-cheol asked Kim Joo-hyuk if he had a question. He inquired if it would be possible to proceed to the Eye of the Great Forest immediately after an early conclusion of the team fight. Lee Sang-cheol replied that there was no precedent for such a thing, but the rules stipulated 2 conditions. If a task is completed before noon, the instructor can permit advancement to the next stage. If the next stage is not prepared or the participants are incapacitated, they can either prepare for a repeat or for the next task, at the instructor's discretion. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if he could begin if he finished the team battle early and came to the teacher's room. Lee Sang-cheol confirmed this, adding that an afternoon start would be even better. A pleased Kim Joo-hyuk said that he understood and that he would see him the next day. Lee Sang-cheol wished him a good night. Barge asked if he was truly intending to complete the eye in a single day. Kim Joo-hyuk was glad to have advanced knowledge of the mission, and Barge asked if he planned to involve students from the other academies. The main character had no intention of wasting time. The next day, in the inner sanctum of Valhalla, Yasan, the academy's representative, opened the second day of the competition by announcing the team battle. 5 representatives from each school, Valhalla, White Lotus, and Heroes, would face off in a rugged mountain environment, with the battle being broadcast holographically for spectators. Soyeon was angry when she didn't see Kim Joo-hyuk, who arrived late and offered an apology. She yelled at him, asking if he was aware of the time, as he had been expected half an hour earlier. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that he had overslept while preoccupied with other matters and assured her that he would handle things himself. Soyeon was outraged, reminding him that this was a team battle, not an individual one, and that after his victory in the sparring matches, Valhalla had become a target for both the Heroes and the White Lotus. Aaron interjected, asking if she could also act independently. But Kim Joo-hyuk denied her request, telling her to stay put. He asked them to stop arguing to conserve their energy, as the fight would commence in 5 seconds, and that afternoon he would be facing the eye of the Great Forest. The battle began, and Kim Joo-hyuk charged forward. He quickly located the White Lotus team, and though surprised by their reaction, he defeated them in 10 minutes, eliminating them from the competition. The hero team, detecting traces of mana, concluded that Valhalla would attack them first. Jair ordered the formation of a magic shield, Melissa reinforced it, and the others bolstered their defenses. They were surprised to see that only one person, Kim Joo-hyuk, was approaching and questioned the necessity of such extensive preparations. Knowing his power, however, they remained vigilant. Suddenly, the magic vanished and they assumed their opponent had retreated. After lowering the shield, they failed to notice that Kim Joo-hyuk was positioned directly above them. He dropped down from above, attacked, and within minutes had all of them on the ground. He noted that retaliating with a clot of mana in such a situation would have been an unwise move. With the heroes also eliminated, a satisfied Kim Joo-hyuk headed toward the eye of the Great Forest. In the observation room, the Valhalla representative was in a state of shock. Kim Joo-hyuk had concluded the team battle in 23 minutes, 20 of which had been spent traveling. This completely disrupted the schedule, and no one was sure how to proceed. Lee Sang-cheol explained that according to the rules, the next stage could be initiated on the same day if time permitted, and suggested discussing the matter with the instructors from the other academies. He asked Chief Lee to inform him of the results of their discussion. Lee Sang-cheol understood Kim Joo-hyuk's reasoning, knowing the time commitment required for the eye of the Great Forest, but still found his actions to be audacious. Jack Rover, the hero's instructor, agreed that his team had no objections but wanted to consult with the White Lotus. He admitted that Kim Joo-hyuk was a true monster and that a period of rest would not alter the final outcome. Lee Sang-cheol suggested they begin by negotiating with the White Lotus. In the Valhalla break room, So-yeon, calling Kim Joo-hyuk abnormal, was furious that he had handled everything himself, despite her being appointed the team leader. Her efforts now seemed pointless, especially after her loss to Aaron in the individual fight. She had heard that Aaron was studying under Kim Joo-hyuk and wondered if his tutelage was the reason for her success. So-yeon decided she might be willing to swallow her pride and learn from him as well. They entered the room, announcing that the survival stage in the eye of the Great Forest had been moved to that day, at 1300 hours. Kim Joo-hyuk stood and declared that he would be entering Akko alone, and that it would be every man for himself. He added that if any problems arose, they could call for assistance. So-yeon was indignant. Valhalla had already won the previous stages, and even minimal points in this round would not change the overall result. She reminded him that Akko was a self-contained environment, but Kim Joo-hyuk was insistent. At the gates of the labyrinth, a Valhalla representative announced the start of the survival stage. He explained that the Eye of the Great Forest was an installation replicating a real forest, complete with constant rain and dense foliage inhabited by weak monsters. The primary dangers were the rain and the vegetation itself. The participants were required to survive for 5 hours, with scores being higher for those with less exposure to the harsh environment. Infighting within the teams was strictly forbidden. The test had begun. The mercenaries received a notification that Valhalla was in position. They were concealed in an abandoned warehouse. Aulia, spotting the students in the heart of the labyrinth, declared it was time to make their move. There were two individuals maintaining the magic at the main gate who needed to be eliminated. The mercenaries teleported, and simultaneously, all the cameras in the surveillance room went dark. Li Sang-chil asked the guards if the gate post was responding, but he received no reply. He informed the chief that the students were in danger and that the instructors needed to enter the maze. The team from Heroes made their way into the eye. One of the female members, soaked by the rain, began to feel ill and worried that catching a cold might get her disqualified from the test. Jia proposed they construct a shelter from large leaves and sturdy branches, while he started to dig a pit. A portal suddenly materialized, and from it a group of mercenaries emerged. One of them, brandishing a sword, approached Jia, addressed him as Kim Ju-hyuk, and told him not to struggle. Jia replied that he was not Kim Ju-hoyuk. Aulia explained that she had teleported them to the location with the strongest magical signature, as there was no other method to locate their target. Upon noticing the black magic, Jia suspected that they were villains. The mercenary gave the order to eliminate the witness. Jire, focusing his destruction magic, declared that villains had no place in the competition and launched an attack, only to be instantaneously stabbed. Lying stabbed, Jira was baffled as to how he had been attacked, suspecting it was the work of a doppelganger. The mercenary confirmed his suspicion and then struck from the front, after which Jire collapsed, dead. Aulia reprimanded Logan, telling him to clean up his own mess, and suggested they use concealment to expedite their work. Logan then began his assault on the remaining members of the hero team. Meanwhile, Kim Ju-hyuk, sprinting through the forest, received a system notification from the Eye of the Great Forest. To complete the objective, he had to locate a wooden sword in Madagaya Ran's house. He wondered to himself, could there actually be a house in this labyrinth besides all the greenery? Suddenly, he came upon a girl screaming at the sight of her fallen comrades and the mercenaries. Kim Ju-hyuk emerged from behind her, his attention fixed on the villains. They were pleased that their target had come to them, assuming he had been drawn by the screams. The mercenaries' objective was a slow, deliberate kill. Kim Ju-hyuk instructed the blonde girl to stanch her friends' bleeding, as they were still alive. The mercenaries had not intended a quick death, but rather one from blood loss. He declared that he would handle the freaks, as their unauthorized presence gave him a license to act freely. Logan mockingly asked if he was telling tales on the brink of death, adding that their only escape route was destroyed and the drones were offline, meaning the instructors would be a long time coming. He then asked how much time they had. Kim Ju-hyuk replied that it was no more than an hour and grew angry. Because of the mercenaries, his mission time had been cut to a single hour, an infuriating development that made him want to tear them limb from limb. Logan and his double attacked, but Kim Ju-hyuk vanished in an instant, reappearing behind them to deliver a blow that sent Logan staggering back. He then turned his attention to the remaining mercenaries who had been observing the fight, and all three of them fell in a heap. Kim Ju-hyuk told the blonde girl to use magic to stop the bleeding, and if that failed, to run west, where the Valhalla students would provide aid. The girl began to focus magic in her hands, attempting to follow his instructions. A depleted Logan managed to get to his feet, while his companions remained unconscious. Kim Ju-hyuk stated that before he died, he wanted to know who had hired them. Logan was surprised that he would ask such a question of a mercenary, calling him an amateur. Kim Ju-hyuk remarked that it would be strange if they had come without a purpose. Logan, calling him a freak, declared that he wouldn't escape this time and, appearing behind him, swung his sword. The protagonist dodged, sarcastically asking why Logan persisted with his cowardly rear attacks, and offered to demonstrate a proper surprise attack. He lunged with his sword, struck, and as Logan gasped for breath, he repeated his question about the client. Logan simply replied that he would not allow himself to be made a fool of. Kim Ju-hyuk stated that he had made his choice, swung his blade, and ended his life. In the observation room, the instructors arrived at the scene, where students were already administering healing magic to several of the injured. Lee Sang-chul immediately demanded to know what had happened. The students reported that they had been attacked by 3 unknown individuals, a man and 2 women, whom they identified as Sam Sal, a mercenary group. The instructor asked for their current location, and the students pointed to the lifeless bodies of Olia and the others on the ground. Kim Joo-hyuk had already dealt with them, displaying an incredible level of strength, and the area was now soaked in blood. Jae-yar, still reeling from the event, said that in his semi-conscious state, he had witnessed the silhouette of Kim Joo-hyuk in combat, and it had been an awesome sight. He admitted that he hadn't even been able to get close to the mercenaries, yet the main character had defeated them single-handedly. Jae-yar confessed that he had overestimated his own abilities, thinking himself superior to others, while Kim Joo-hyuk was clearly in a league of his own. Choi Jung-suk supported him, saying it was not his fault. Lee Sang-chul, noticing the absence of the third assailant, asked if Kim Joo-hyuk had dragged her off. At that moment, the protagonist returned, tossing Olia's severed head to the ground, and announced that he had discovered who was behind the attack. He promised to provide a full report after the test, but for now instructed the teachers to arrange for the transport of the wounded to the hospital and the students to report the incident to the White Lotus Association. The competition was over. Back in his dorm at Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk returned and collapsed onto his bed, exhausted but content. Barsha suggested that his fatigue was a result of expending a large amount of mana in a short time. Kim Joo-hyuk agreed, noting that his mana reserves had grown, and he had immediately put the new technique to the test. It had been a difficult endeavor, but he had managed to complete the task. While Olia was still alive, he had questioned her about her powers, without asking about her origins. He had surmised that she served as the support in their trio, as her abilities were not oriented toward killing. Olia had refused to answer, but he had pinned her down and deduced that she could create and traverse between spaces. Her silence had confirmed his suspicion. Kim Joo-hyuk had then offered her a deal. If she helped him find one item, she would be spared punishment. Thanks to her, his task had been made easier. Barsha asked why he had promised Olia her freedom, only to leave her for dead. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that she would have been spared if she had named the person who ordered the attack. Olia had revealed that their group, Samsol, were monotheists, and that the client was, as expected, Rockdeal Ventric. Kim Joo-hyuk planned to leak this information to the media once again to apply more pressure on the Ventrics. He was confident he could handle the rest now that he possessed the sphere. A notification materialized before him. In his dreams, he would encounter his lost memories. Barsha noted that their restoration could bring back some of his former abilities and advised him to get some sleep. Kim Joo-hyuk found it hard to believe that memories could vanish permanently and wondered what awaited him in his slumber. As he drifted off to sleep, he witnessed a scene from his past life. Falling stones, one of which struck him on the head, causing him to forget half of his past. A dark silhouette appeared before him, declaring its intention to take his name and the world he had protected. The dream ended abruptly, and Kim Joo-hyuk awoke in a state of fear, unsure if it had been real. He asked Barch if he remembered anything. The demon replied that he seemed to recall being a tiger. Barch clarified that in his past life he had been a tiger. The protagonist asked if the demon remembered its appearance, but Barch could not recall any details, only a useless memory of a tiger, and he did not know its name. Suddenly, another notification appeared. Ahala Alafridi's Great Palace Office, Johnny's secret room. It was time to face the truth. Kim Joo-hyuk decided that after his training, he would ask Lilia about the Ahala Grand Palace, hoping it was connected to his memories. At the gym, Oh Se-hyuk was in the middle of a workout when So-yeon approached him, asking why he was there. He retorted that she was the one who needed to explain her presence. So-yeon confessed that while pride had driven her, she was also envious of Kim Joo-hyuk. Oh Se-hyuk clarified that his weightlifting was a matter of habit, not an attempt to emulate him. Soyeon was jealous because she had lost to Aaron, who had nullified her magic with her sword, stopping 3 of her blows. Aaron's victory today had not been a surprise, but it had been a humiliation for her. She had observed how much stronger Aaron had become since the entrance ceremony, thanks to Kim Joo-hyuk. Soyeon blamed herself. She had focused solely on magic and swordsmanship, neglecting the strength training that Aaron's family had not, which had allowed for her rapid development. Oh Si-hyuk advised her to speak with Kim Joo-hyuk directly, not him. Soyeon, realizing she could not delay any longer, resolved to have a direct conversation with the protagonist. She intended to ask him to train her as he had Aaron, but they were interrupted by Lee Sang-cheol. He told Kim Joo-hyuk to come to him after his training, as the person who had tried to have him killed was waiting for a meeting, and this would be his only chance to see him. Kim Joo-hyuk, understanding the urgency, left without finishing his conversation. Soyeon, embarrassed by yet another interruption, wished the ground would swallow her whole. As he was leaving, Kim Joo-hyuk told her that if she wanted to train, she should get the schedule from Aaron, and that if she showed progress, he might consider teaching her. Aaron approached Soyeon, offered her help, and began to explain the training schedule. Kim Joo-hyuk went to see Lee Sang-cheol and asked who wanted to see him. The instructor suggested he should be able to guess and gestured toward the small hall. The protagonist understood immediately, and upon entering, saw Rockdill Ventric, who promptly fell to his knees, apologizing and begging to be saved. Kim Joo-hyuk asked Lee Sang-cheol what had happened to Rockdill Ventric, and the instructor replied that he should understand the gravity of his crimes, which included 2 attempts on Kim Joo-hyuk's life. The family had learned of his actions, and now the media was abuzz with stories of the attempts on the lives of Valhalla students. Kim Joo-hyuk asked why Rockdill would need his help, when the head of the Ventric family, Adelia, could simply make a new set of promises and disappear again. Lee Sang-cheol explained that while the family had not officially disowned Rockdill, they had exiled him along with his entire branch of the family, including his father. And so Rockdill stood before him, pleading for forgiveness. Kim Joo-hyuk noted that since Rockdill had already been banished, all he could do was serve his time and asked what he needed to be saved from. Rockdill shouted that the situation could still be rectified as it had escalated due to Kim Joo-hyuk's testimony and begged him to make it all go away. The main character refused. Rockdill pleaded, swearing he had sincerely repented and would stay out of his life, but Kim Joo-hyuk stated that he had no interest in him changing. A surprised Rockdill asked if he wanted money but was again refused. He then offered him the girl, Yuria, calling her the heiress of an English palace family and saying she would elevate his social status. He pushed her forward, pointing to the glowing seal on her neck, proof of her ownership, which he was willing to transfer. Kim Joo-hyuk was disgusted that Rockdill treated people like property. Lee Sang-cheol, observing, realized that the mark on Yuria's neck was a forbidden magical seal that compelled her to obey commands. He noted that in ancient times, people like Rockdill had branded others when they were bought and sold. Kim Joo-hyuk focused his magic into his hand and dispelled the seal from Yuria. She was overcome with joy. The protagonist asked Lee Sang-cheol if he could gently break a few of Rockdill's ribs. The instructor replied that he was obligated to prevent violence between students, but since Rockdill was a criminal and no longer a Ventric, he was prepared to look the other way. Rockdill, hearing this, pleaded for mercy, but Kim Joo-hyuk punched him, sending him flying into a corner of the room, covered in blood. On his way home, Kim Joo-hyuk was talking with Barch. He admitted that he had never been so close to death, nor had he ever felt such intense anger. Barch noted that 300 years ago he would have simply crushed Rockdill's skull. The protagonist was reminded of a student who had been treated like cattle because of a similar seal, and Uriah had brought back that memory, sparking his rage. Suddenly, Uriah ran up to him, explaining that she had been too flustered to speak earlier, but that she was immensely grateful for her freedom. Kim Joo-hyuk told her to forget about gratitude and to live her life freely. Uriah burst into tears and he continued on his way home. The next day after class at the Valhalla Campus Cafe, Lilia informed Kim Joo-hyuk that the Ahala Grand Palace was located in China. Lilia told Kim Joo-hyuk that the Ahala Grand Palace was the property of the White Lotus Association, a school that had participated in the inter-school competition. The protagonist was surprised to learn that he would have to deal with them, as entering their labyrinth without permission was illegal. He wondered why he needed permission at all, when in the past people had been perplexed as to how animals had managed to enter without any restrictions. He could have simply destroyed the labyrinth, but he had no desire to antagonize the White Lotus. Kim Joo-hyuk asked Lilia for a way to get there. She replied that one likely had to be a student at their school, but advised him not to be hasty, as soon. At that moment she was overcome by a coughing fit. She was annoyed that Kim Joo-hyuk was eagerly listening but not sharing any information in return. Lilia proposed a deal. He would tell her 3 things, and in exchange, she would share her information. Without a word, Kim Joo-hyuk stood up from the sofa and walked away. Lilia called after him, agreeing to tell him everything for free. He returned and sat back down at the table. Lilia, warning him that it was a secret, announced that in the second semester the world competitions would be held at the Great Palace of Ahala. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if the other teachers were aware of this, but Lilia clarified that they were not yet. When asked about the source of her information, she cited her contact, adding that it would be a world-class inter-school competition, unlike the Korean one, which only involved Korea, China, and the United States. The protagonist was annoyed that the second semester was too long to wait and asked if there was a way to get there sooner. Lilia replied that she would need to check with the White Lotus Association, the labyrinth's owners, about any legal methods, but she didn't know whom to contact. She then asked Kim Joo-hyuk to assist her with a task at the World Monster Research Society for a single day. They traveled to North London, where Lilia gestured toward a large building. Kim Joo-hyuk was angry that they had come all this way for this, but Lilia explained that it was only for a day and that they could extend their trip until Monday. He accused her of abusing her authority as a teacher and asked about her plans. Inside, he was needed to certify some documents. He entered a room where, under the watchful eyes of several people taking notes, he killed a wild boar with a sword. A notification confirmed the boar's validation. After killing several more, a weary Kim Joo-hyuk asked Lilia why she was making him work overtime when he had only been required to kill 3 monsters. He noticed that everyone around him was staring and acting rudely, and asked if she knew them. Lilia explained that, in a sense, she did. They were adherents to an outdated monster hunting manual, and her work had undermined their entire foundation. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if the validation method that required a sword was outdated, and why it was viewed so strangely if it was a tradition of the association. Lilia replied that they were resistant to change. Their worldview had become rigid due to nepotism and inertia among the leadership. She added that without public acknowledgement, her reports were meaningless, and the association was fixated on a perfect monster hunting strategy. Kim Joo-hyuk stated that he had provided enough help, and now it was her turn to reciprocate. Lilia agreed, noting that his coming here had been the right decision. The chairwoman of the White Lotus was a frequent visitor, and Kim Joo-hyuk would undoubtedly capture her attention. They then heard a female voice outside the door calling his name. So Yeon entered, expressing her pleasure at meeting him. She asked Kim Joo-hyuk to take care of a certain person for her. Lilia, sensing the serious turn in the conversation, decided they could continue without her and excused herself from the room. So Yeon sat down across from Kim Joo-hyuk and began her explanation. She was the chairwoman of the White Lotus Association and a member of the Sol family, the first to rise to prominence after the era of destruction. They had founded the White Lotus and trained numerous talented contractors. A girl whom So Yin referred to as a natural disaster had emerged within their family. At the age of 13, she had surpassed veteran contractors, defeated every member of the Solan family guild, including the leader, and, concluding that the outside world had nothing more to offer her, had sealed herself away in the Seoul family's training hall. Kim Joo-hyuk correctly surmised that he was being asked to deal with her, so Yeon confirmed this but clarified that it was not a personal matter. He asked why she had chosen him, when her own aura indicated she was powerful enough to handle the situation herself. So Yeon complimented his perceptiveness, noting that her aura concealment magic had been ineffective. She explained that, firstly, the girl's fighting style was based on physical strength, and secondly, she, like Kim Joo-hyuk, was 17 years old. So Yeon had been observing him and was certain that a loss to appear would shatter the girl's pride. She asked for this favor, adding that if he had not come, she would have sent a letter. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if he was expected to work for free and if there would be a reward. So Yeon assured him that the chairwoman of the White Lotus did not ask for favors without offering compensation. He cut her off, stating that he had no need for money, but that there was a certain place he wished to access. If she could grant him that, he would agree. They traveled to China on a private jet and soon found themselves before the White Lotus building. So Yeon asked if he was free until Monday, respecting his time, and added that to enter the palace one only needed to enter correctly. Kim Joo-hyuk confirmed that he was unattached. She assured him there would be no difficulties as they controlled the labyrinth and invited him to enter. At the entrance, he noticed a crowd of people and asked if her request was related to the girl's personal fate. So Yeon replied that it was, in part. The girl was causing problems by testing the students and teachers to gauge her own potential. So Yeon wanted Kim Joo-hyuk to humble her so that the Seoul family and the White Lotus could achieve new heights. He replied that he understood and commended the reliability of the White Lotus under her leadership. So Yeon led him to a room where a magic seal served as a portal to the Seoul family's secret training hall and told him to resolve the matter once and for all. Before teleporting, Kim Joo-hyuk asked for the girl's name. So Yeon replied, Yeon Lan. After teleporting, he saw Yeon Lan, who furiously demanded to know who he was and if his family had sent him to drive her out. She ordered him to leave. Kim Joo-hyuk noted her difficult personality and, calling her an arrogant blockhead, attacked her with his fists. Yeon Lan blocked the attack and retaliated, calling him an idiot and asking why he was underestimating her and starting a fight. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if she was ready to face him, which only angered her further. He continued his assault with his fists, and she, unable to fight back, was left wondering who he was. The protagonist replied that he was a 17-year-old high school student who had underestimated her. Yeon Lan was amazed that she was unable to harm Kim Joo-hyuk. Deciding to retreat and counterattack, she attempted to switch tactics, but he intercepted her movement, asking where she was going before punching her in the stomach. He found it amusing. In a fraction of a second, she had shifted her center of gravity to lessen the impact, a feat that impressed him. Kim Joo-hyuk noted that even his students in his past life had lacked such bodily control. Yeon Lan was truly talented. She couldn't believe that a 17-year-old schoolboy was her equal, and, burning with rage, she prepared to deliver a powerful blow. He observed her cheerful demeanor and decided it was time to throw her off balance. Meanwhile, So-yeon was watching the fight. A worker approached her, expressing his doubt that a student from another school could stand up to a White Lotus native, especially Yeon Lan. He apologized for his bluntness, but asked if Yeon Lan's lack of magic was the reason she had lost to So-yeon in the past. She confirmed that she had lost to Yeon Lan even when using magic, due to the significant disparity in their strength. That had been years ago, and Yeon Lan had certainly not grown any weaker. The worker then asked why Kim Joo-hyuk was risking his life if he couldn't possibly win. So Yeon replied that, as an ordinary student, he had achieved the incredible feat of winning first place in the inter-school competition and would not give up easily. Her goal was not to defeat Yeon Lan, but to crush her pride. Yeon Lan continued her assault, employing various skills, and was pleased to have lured him into a trap. But Kim Joo-hyuk used a technique that injured her knee. In a rage, she asked if he had a rock for a head. He replied that her knee had simply collided with him, and he had hit it with his forehead, as if his forehead were harder than her kneecap. Yon Lan was incredulous that he had blocked every attack without showing any signs of weakness. She was angered by his superior physical strength, and feeling humiliated, she asked why he wasn't using magic, demanding that they fight seriously. She focused all the magic around her. Kim Joo-hyuk, noticing her anger, called her cute and said it was time to break her pride. His blue aura began to concentrate, and Enlon, abandoning her tricks, decided to end the fight with a single blow. She lunged at him, aiming a fist at his face, but he dodged by leaning back. After thanking her for the game, he delivered a final blow to her stomach, calling her a true monster. Turning to the camera, he stated that, as requested, he had dealt with her in a fair fight. Kim Joo-hyuk, having completed the request, dragged Yeon-lan outside into the space beyond the training hall. So Yeon, the chairwoman of the White Lotus Association, watched in astonishment, unable to believe he had actually accomplished the task. She asked if he was injured, to which Kim Joo-hyuk replied that while he didn't know how Yeon-lan was faring, he himself was completely unharmed. Still impressed, So Yeon asked if it had been difficult. Kim Joo-hyuk admitted that Yeon-lan was not a weak opponent, but that he was, frankly, a little disappointed by her level of resistance. With these words, he grabbed her by the hair, and a weakened Yeon-lan collapsed to the ground. Seeing So Yeon before her, she became furious. En-lan, breathing heavily, sarcastically asked how she was enjoying the fresh air and reminded her that she remembered their agreement. She knew that Kim Joo-hyuk was interested in the Ahala Grand Palace, and wasting no time, she granted him immediate access, asking if the offer was to his liking. He replied enthusiastically that it sounded great and suggested they proceed without delay. As they were preparing, Yeon-lan watched them with a gaze full of anger and determination. A worker standing nearby worriedly offered her medical assistance, but Yeon-lan, frozen in place, only asked for the name of the one who had defeated her. Upon learning it was Kim Joo-hyuk, she declared that she would remember his name for a long time, calling him one of the strongest people in the world and vowing to fight him again, feeling a renewed sense of strength from her defeat. They entered the grand palace of Ahala, and Kim Joo-hyuk curiously asked what kind of place it was, and if it was truly a labyrinth. So Yeon confirmed that the palace was an intricate labyrinth built into the castle's support structures, and that if he could avoid encounters with the living armor, his exploration would not be difficult. He asked how much time he had, and So Yeon replied that it was about 5 hours, but that if he needed more, he could return the next day. Satisfied, Kim Joo-hyuk stepped into the labyrinth. As soon as he entered, he was set upon by dozens of living armor. Though he had planned to avoid conflict, he was forced to defend himself. The battle lasted only a few minutes. He quickly dispatched all his opponents, but was unsure of where to find Alfredi Johnny's office, having already searched more than 20 rooms. At that moment, a notification appeared. Alfredi Johnny's office. Find him and face the truth. The other rooms were empty, and as he looked around, he noticed an office to his right. Upon entering, he felt he was on the right path, seeing a familiar painting, but he questioned whether it truly belonged to Alfredi or if the owner was someone else. Barsk, his demon, interrupted his thoughts, confidently stating that the owner was indeed Alfredi Johnny, as the painting was signed with his name. Kim Joo-hyuk asked how Bark knew this. The demon replied that it was difficult to explain, as if the information had come to him through some kind of script, perhaps a part of his lost memories. Knowing he needed to find the secret room, Kim Joo-hyuk decided that a meticulous search would take too long. To speed up the process, he broke open the nightstand, discovering a hidden hatch beneath it. As he descended into the basement, he saw nothing and wondered if this was a path to hell. A notification surfaced, confirming that he had entered the secret room of Alfredi Johnny's office in the Great Palace of Ahala, and that all conditions had been met. Below, he noticed a stranger in a witch's hat who greeted him cheerfully, introducing herself as the Guide, a pseudonym she used since her real name had been taken from her. Kim Joo-hyuk recalled his dream where a black silhouette had taken his name and asked if her name had been taken as well. She confirmed that it had. He remarked that at first he had thought it was nonsense comparing a name to a lollipop and asked how one could possibly take a name. The guide explained that a name is the foundation of one's life force, dictating talents, hobbies, and achievements. Good or bad, a name is everything, and when combined with one's abilities, it grants incredible power. The master of the labyrinth steals such names, appropriating their power for himself. Kim Ju-hyuk asked what becomes of a person who has lost their name. The conductor replied that he had already met such people. They are called constellations. Kim Ju-hyuk, lost in thought about his reincarnation, began to suspect that it made him an anomaly in the Labyrinth Master's game. The guide, as expected, knew everything, much like Barca, and with a hint of mockery, asked if he still doubted her, as it was she claimed, who had enabled his rebirth and sent the notifications. She immediately clarified that she was joking and had learned of his reincarnation through the same notifications. Surprised that she was also receiving the notifications, Kim Ju-hyuk demanded that she stop being evasive and tell him who was trying to take his name from the Tower of Destruction. The guide explained that it was the Master of the Labyrinth, whose goal was to move the Tower of Destruction into his own labyrinth to feed on the power of high-level names, and that his actions were perfectly aligned with his nature. Kim Ju-hyuk skeptically noted the strangeness of the situation. How could the Master of the Labyrinth move the entire tower if his purpose was to control the labyrinth? And where did he acquire such power? He began to suspect that the world he called Earth was, in fact, a labyrinth itself, and asked the guide not to tell him he had figured it out on his own. She did not force him to believe her, but asked if she would lie about such a thing. Kim Ju-hyuk had to agree with her logic, elaborating that the master had moved the tower to absorb names and accumulate karma through crises, such as defeating monsters, saving villages, or exploiting chaos for his own ends. She confirmed, "Not everyone becomes a constellation after having their name stolen, but karma is the only measure that can elevate a person." Kim Ju-hyuk pondered this. His disciples who had accumulated enough karma could also become constellations, and their reincarnation might be the variable that would give them a chance to defeat the master at his own game. He surmised that someone other than the master had arranged their meeting via the notifications to assist him. The conductor agreed that it was not the master, but admitted she did not know the identity of their benefactor, as that information was inaccessible to her. Kim Ju-hyuk thought for a moment and remarked that since she had reincarnated with someone's help, they were likely connected. The conductor, not denying it, said that this was an opportunity that could not be squandered. She handed him a ring in which she had concentrated her power, explaining that their time was short and that this ring would be of key importance. He asked why their time was limited and if she could tell him everything. The guide replied that despite the information she had disclosed, the master of the labyrinth was still hunting her, but that the conditions had been met and their meetings would become more frequent. After saying her goodbyes, she told him not to lose the ring, snapped her fingers, and vanished. Kim Ju-hyuk, left alone, found her manner of communication to be quite rude. He was furious with the master of the labyrinth, who had stolen his name and was preventing him from living his life. Unsure of the ring's properties, he decided it would likely strengthen him, and that it was time to use the last of the storage stones to regain his former power, despite its incomplete restoration. Meanwhile, on an island in the North Pacific Ocean, Hannibal, the leader of the Il-Shinju faction and the Dragon King, was reading the news. Valhalla's disciple, Kim Ju-hyuk, had single-handedly annihilated the Samsal mercenaries. In a fit of rage, he smashed the tablet screen with his fists. While monitoring Kim Ju-hyuk, he had learned that he had defeated Choi Jin-jong, who had a contract with the Constellation and had even survived an assassination attempt ordered by the Ventrix for a pittance. The three mercenaries had failed, as if they had been effortlessly robbed. George, the leader of the privileged race, called Hannibal preoccupied. He reminded her that he had told her to knock, but Georg replied that he would have only become angrier. He confirmed that due to Kim Joo-hyuk, they had lost Deezer, the Ventric informant who had failed his task by talking to a schoolboy. Georg had wanted to abandon the case to prevent leaks and had sent Deezer to the prison tower. Hannibal suggested eliminating the rest, but a worried Georg urged him not to get involved with Kim Joo-hyuk, who had become a target of the first cult. Reckless bastards who, despite their lack of decency, operated on a set of principles. They had likely wiped out Logan's squad. Hannibal was aware of this and understood that it was not their doing. If they were to interfere, the Il Shinju would become their next target, and all they could do was wait. Kim Joo-hyuk, encountering strangers in the Valhalla dorm, asked who they were, wondering if they were fearless or simply foolish to be there. One of the strangers recalled a conversation with Adelia, the head of the Ventric family, who had confirmed their readiness for the mission. Adelia, after listening, had ordered them to accelerate their preparations, clarifying that the changes concerned Kim Joo-hyuk and demanding they be ready for any surprises. She asked if they had found contractors capable of creating a subspace. The stranger replied that several such specialists had been assembled, that all team members had been personally selected by the Ventric family, and that a leak to the press was impossible. Adelia then asked if he had taken care of her request. He confirmed that a special storage stone with a bottomless supply of magic had been prepared for sacralization. Adelia had nodded, stating that it was now her turn to act, and had instructed Deacon to stay with the group and lead the elimination team upon its completion. Deacon, after asking if they were preparing a new constellation, had questioned if she truly thought it was necessary. An irritated Adelia had asked if he really believed she was afraid of some schoolboy. She had concentrated magic around herself, but Deacon had reassured her, saying it was just a precaution. He had mentioned that a silent constellation had recently responded, which had piqued Adelia's interest. She had wanted to use it to discover the reason for its sudden activity. Though the constellation's silence remained a mystery, Deacon had loudly ordered the contact team to prepare for a spatial distortion. They had touched the floor and a subspace materialized around Kim Joo-hyuk. He looked around, surprised, and remarked that it made sense. If they had been seen, they would have been caught. He asked how long they had been preparing and if it was the Ventric leader's idea. Deacon, surprised by his knowledge, asked how he knew. Kim Joo-hyuk replied that it was obvious. Among his enemies, only the Ventrics did not use black magic, and if not them, then who? The Pope? Deacon stated that there was no need for the attackers to hide, as he had figured everything out, and summoned the liquidation team. They removed their hoods, focused their power, and surrounded him. Kim Joo-hyuk sarcastically asked if they were ashamed to gather a crowd against a single schoolboy. Deacon replied that they were indifferent. They were simply following their leader's orders. The protagonist noted their lack of shame and conscience. Deacon shouted for him to be removed, and his subordinates charged at Kim Joo-hyuk. He easily counterattacked, mocking them for not having been taught how to properly swing their sabers. Fighting back with dignity, he ordered that the cannons be followed, as he had not yet caught his breath. Nobody understood who he was. Kim Joo-hyuk said that they had gotten him and continued to fight back, noting that their preparation was insufficient, but that he would be better prepared next time. He delivered a powerful blow, knocking Deacon to the floor. He mentally apologized to the chief. Adelia suddenly appeared, stepping over the corpses of her warriors, including Deacon. Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised that the head of the Ventrix herself had appeared. The liquidation team, superior even to experienced contractors, had been destroyed, an unthinkable outcome. Adelia gripped her sword and prepared to attack, saying that Kim Joo-hyuk should be proud. Not everyone was granted the honor of seeing their family's sacred relic before they died. He mockingly asked if she was proud of this fillet knife, and if she even understood the meaning of pride. Enraged, Adelia called him a loser and attacked him with her sword. Accumulation stones appeared in her team's hands, and power began to drain from her sword. Adelia couldn't believe her eyes, unable to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, a notification appeared, addressing Kim Joo-hyuk. Their strength had been completely drained. Kim Joo-hyuk watched as Adelia, the head of the Ventric family, stood frozen in confusion, unable to move, wondering why the sanctification had activated involuntarily. Her elimination team, those who were still conscious, were frozen both mentally and physically. But Kim Joo-hyuk himself felt completely normal, as if the events unfolding did not concern him. At that moment, a notice addressed to the teacher appeared before him, and immediately a creature in a raven's robe appeared, slowly removing its mask. Kim Joo-hyuk recognized her instantly. It was his student from his past life. He remembered their first meeting when he had called her a brat. At that time, she had been in chains, her eyes burning with a hatred for the entire world. The girl, noticing his gaze, had sharply told him not to pretend he understood her and had asked what he could possibly know about her. Despite the gaps in his memory, Kim Joo-hyuk knew one thing. He himself had once been a slave. In his youth, unable to resist, he had been kidnapped by a slave trader and had lived in captivity, bound by shackles and a magical restraint. He had asked the girl if she wanted freedom. Surprised, she had replied that as a former slave, he should understand her feelings, and had asked why he was asking such a foolish question. The spell seal on her neck had made freedom an impossible dream. She had told him to leave, not knowing how he had gotten there, and had warned him that the slave trader would be back soon. Kim Joo-hyuk had explained that the limiter could be removed in two ways, by the owner's death or by their decision, but that the first option was not always effective, and it seemed she had been unlucky. The girl, shocked, had asked why she was still not free if her master was dead. Kim Joo-hyuk had offered to free her by holding on to the shackles and imitating the magical components of the restraint. Though this type of control was not his specialty, removing a single seal was a simple task for him. He had grabbed her, thinking that one day he would gut every slave trader on Earth. In a matter of seconds, he had destroyed the shackles, and the girl, overjoyed, had felt the fetters that had tormented her disappear. Kim Joo-hyuk had told her that now everything was up to her. She had found the freedom she had dreamed of. He had then asked what she planned to do. The girl had replied that she had no one. The slave trader had taken her home and family. He had then said that he was embarking on a journey to destroy all those who considered themselves superior to others, just as he had done with this carrion today, and that he intended to repeat it 1,000 times over. He had invited her to join him in his quest to exterminate slave traders. She had agreed, calling him teacher, but he had demanded politeness without the informality, and had told her to remember this. The girl had interrupted, asking him to state his name so she would know how to address him. He had introduced himself as Kim Hyun-oh. She had joyfully repeated his name and then stated her own, which remained hidden from the audience. Now, in the present, Kim Joo-hyuk remembered her. She had become a constellation, and he knew this brat better than the Ventric riffraff. But he couldn't recall her name, only the nickname Fool. He understood what the guide had been talking about, but there was nothing he could do. The girl interrupted his thoughts, stating that before they celebrated their reunion, they needed to deal with the relic in Adelia's hands. She took it, focused her power, and asked her teacher whether she should kill Adelia. Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he had a better idea. The next day, Ligon was staring at his computer screen in shock. The Ventric family had made a sponsorship offer of 5 billion won to personally support Kim Joo-hyuk. Kim Joo-hyuk, upon seeing the message about the 5 billion won sponsorship from the Ventric family, was just as shocked as Lee Gong, who was approached by Lee Sang-cheol to discuss the situation. Lee Sang-cheol asked for his thoughts on the matter, as there had to be a logical explanation for why now, why such a large sum, and why specifically for Kim Joo-hyuk. Lagoon recalled the protagonist's conflicts with the Ventric family and speculated that they were attempting to buy their way out of the scandal, as they had done with Dizer when they had used their sponsors' connections to protect the reputation of Rockdill Ventric and the family. But now Rockdill had been banished and a line had been drawn. If they had not disowned him, their reputation would have suffered even more. The amount of 5 billion won, however, seemed unusual, and the true reason for Kim Joo-hyuk's sponsorship remained a mystery. Moreover, they were uncertain if he would even accept the money, as he could simply refuse everyone. Deciding to find out for themselves, they asked Kim Joo-hyuk if he would agree to accept the sponsorship. He agreed, wondering why Lagoon was even asking, and if there was any reason to turn down such an amount. Legan began to explain, but Kim Joo-hyuk cut him off and was about to leave. He was stopped and informed that, according to Valhalla's rules, this sponsorship made him eligible to move into a higher-class dormitory. Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he was content with his current room, but would consider moving later. A puzzled Legan couldn't understand why he had refused handouts before, but had now so easily accepted. Deciding that the academy had also received funds, he was determined to get to the bottom of it. Meanwhile, Kim Joo-hyuk's student, the constellation nicknamed Fool, asked what should be done with Adelia. He ordered her to be brought back to consciousness, as he had a better idea than murder. Sitting on his knees before Adelia, he said that she seemed to have taken a liking to his former student and asked what should be done. The student explained that she had founded the Ventric family to serve him, and that he could control their lives for his own purposes. Adelia apologized to the star, quoting the family motto, "All for one," a reference to her teacher. She confessed that she only now realized that Kim Joo-hyuk was her teacher, despite his different appearance, as his magical aura gave him away. Kim Joo-hyuk responded that there had been enough questions and that Adelia should be more concerned about herself. He remembered how the Ventrix had tormented him and noted that while killing them was too lenient, their power could be put to use. Managing them personally would be a hassle, and he asked how she was handling the role of family head. Adelia replied that in 4 years she had restored the family's strength, making it the most prestigious in Britain. Kim Joo-hyuk instructed her to continue in the same vein, supporting his activities, and warned that if she ever considered harming him again, she should remember the constellation standing behind him. The student assured him that she would personally ensure it would not happen again, and entered the space where constellations could materialize, a feat requiring an immense amount of magic and dozens of storage stones. She explained that due to the use of this ability, she needed to rest. Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised that even a constellation was not perfect. The student replied that the chance to witness her teacher's reincarnation was worth the cost. Before departing, she added that it seemed he was not her only student to have become a constellation, and that their meeting was inevitable. After asking for his forgiveness, she disappeared. Kim Joo-hyuk thought that another of his students had become a constellation and suspected he knew who it was. The meetings with Bark and Dorinda, 2 constellations, had been orchestrated by the notifications, though the one with Dorinda had been a matter of chance. He concluded that a search for every constellation would be an exercise in futility, given their sheer multitude. Just then he summoned Bark and inquired about his current activity. The demon responded that he was attempting to organize his thoughts. His recollections ceased at the secret chamber, and the subspace had become non-functional following their visit to the sub-levels. Yet he had a fleeting memory of the concept of a name bestowed upon him by the master of the labyrinth. Kim Joo-hyuk returned to class, his mind preoccupied with the master of the labyrinth, the entity who had not only stolen his name, but had also conferred the name and power of the Tower of Destruction's boss upon Barca. The demon interjected, clarifying that the master of the labyrinth had granted him not just a name, but a power that had fundamentally altered his identity, forcing a complete disavowal of his previous self. Now, however, Bark had reverted to his original nature. Kim Joo-hyuk wondered how this bizarre entity could grant and revoke names, thereby manipulating personalities, and he questioned how such a thing was even possible. Bark confessed his ignorance on the matter, but speculated that since they existed within the Master's labyrinth, his capabilities were likely limitless. On the journey back home, Kim Joo-hyuk reflected on the grim reality of their situation. The conductor had mentioned an opportunity for a counter-offensive, so they merely needed to bide their time. The following day, he encountered the conductor, who was carrying a gleaming silver food tray. He angrily demanded to know why their meetings always coincided with his meals, and if she had no sense of propriety. The conductor, flustered, offered an apology, explaining she was unaware the tray was for food, and then asked if he had brought the ring. He confirmed that he possessed the ring and inquired about its use, as it seemed unlike any other. The guide instructed him to don the ring and then proceed to destroy the labyrinth. Kim Joo-hyuk asked for clarification on which labyrinth she was referring to, since naturally occurring ones were nearly extinct, and the remaining ones were privately owned. He questioned how one could demolish another's labyrinth, prompting her to remind him that the master of the labyrinth was in the process of creating a new one, an event known in his language as a dungeon breakthrough or a catastrophe. Kim Joo-hyuk's mind raced. A disaster was when monsters swarmed from a newly formed labyrinth, leaving devastation in their wake. Long ago, before his reincarnation, these incursions had been constant, and no place was truly safe. Since his rebirth, the world had achieved a degree of stability, and life had become more structured. He asked for the location, timing, and scale of the impending breakthrough. The guide informed him that it would occur in Korea in 3 months, but the magnitude was yet unknown, as she was gathering intelligence covertly from the master of the labyrinth, a constraint that limited her abilities. If the world itself is a labyrinth, Kim Joo-hyuk asked, then what are the labyrinths contained within it? The guide explained that the master creates them to bestow and revoke names, shaping human essences to his will before the advent of the Tower of Destruction. He asked if he was expected to solve all of humanity's problems with this single ring. She confirmed that he must destroy the labyrinth's boss, as he had done before, by shattering the labyrinth's stones, without which the boss would cease to exist. This time, however, that method would be ineffective. When he asked why, the guide simply told him to put on the ring and defeat the boss. He demanded a clear reason, and she elaborated that the master derived power from names, including hers and his, which were used to create the boss mazes at the core. By vanquishing the boss while wearing the ring, Kim Joo-hyuk would reclaim the name that the master had stolen from him. He questioned what difference it would make, given that the master possessed hundreds of names. The guide replied that the master's goal was the adaptation of humanity, and their strategy was not just to kill the boss, but to completely clear the labyrinth. When the master realizes his creation has been destroyed, he will dispatch the names to trigger disasters worldwide, presenting an opportunity for them to be absorbed and strengthened. Kim Joo-hyuk asked how the names differed from the master. The conductor, surprised by his curiosity, explained that absorbing the names would cause no harm if they belonged to the master. Without a name, a person either becomes a saint or is bound to the master, losing any chance of reincarnation and remaining trapped. If Kim Joo-hyuk were to utilize the power of the absorbed names, their original owners would be liberated. He was indifferent to their fate, but agreed to the plan, knowing it would lead to the recovery of his own name. The conductor promised to provide the exact location and date of the breakthrough and instructed him to assemble a team. He wondered why a team was necessary if simply killing the boss was sufficient. She explained that the monsters that had escaped the labyrinth would still need to be dealt with. With a snap of her fingers, she transported them back to the dining hall. Kim Joo-hyuk was annoyed that the guide had vanished with another snap, but he considered the situation. Even in his past life, he had traveled with disciples, and such missions demanded significant time and resources. Concluding that he needed new students, he looked up to see Yan Lan standing before him. Kim Joo-hyuk, spotting Yeon Lan at Valhalla Academy, asked with surprise what she was doing there. And Lan, rubbing her chin thoughtfully, replied that after their battle in the great palace of Valhalla, she had reflected on her loss and concluded that she was defeated due to his superior strength and technique. Kim Joo-hyuk chuckled, remarking that she had come to that realization rather quickly, and sarcastically asked if she was a child prodigy. And Lan replied in a serious tone that she had thought they were alike. An individual who could astonish everyone with their talent was a rarity in the adult world, and she had assumed he was the same. Kim Joo-hyuk countered that, unlike her, he viewed himself as more of a hard worker than a genius. She conceded that she had initially thought so as well, but the movements that had astounded her were clearly the product of years of experience and relentless training. At first, this realization had angered her, but she had eventually come to terms with it, understanding that experience was what she lacked. And Lan had concluded that another fight with him would provide her with that experience and begged him to arrange another sparring match, certain that she would be victorious this time. Unimpressed, Kim Joo-hyuk suggested she enter a competition for gifted children and turned to leave. An enraged Lan shouted that she had traveled all the way from China for a fight and demanded he not dismiss her so easily. He suggested she take up a useful pursuit, such as martial arts. She replied that she had studied diligently until the age of 6 and had trained on her own since then. Yet, in the lunar year, he had defeated her despite her control over the contractor's assistants. Yan Lan added that the contractors had not been particularly fond of her, and she had been excluded from family training, forcing her to fight against adults, which had honed her skills. Analyzing her words, Kim Joo-hyuk noted the similarities to So-yeon's story, but identified a problem. Yan Lan possessed talent, but beyond fighting, she had nothing. He asked why she had locked herself away in the training room, and Lan explained that she had grown tired of everyone around her being an obstacle, and though she was stronger than her clan, she had nothing to do. Now that she had met him, she had found a new purpose, to become stronger through battle without adhering to her family's teachings. Kim Joo-hyuk refused to fight, a decision that upset her. She insisted, unable to understand his refusal, as she, the heiress of the White Lotus family, had come all this way. He asked if she shouldn't resolve her family issues first and requested to be left alone. And Lan pleaded for a fight, and with a sigh, he suggested they fight not at the academy, but at the gym, and she happily followed. At the gym, they were encircled by a crowd of Valhalla students. Kim Joo-hyuk said he would change his clothes and return, asking Yeon-lan to wait. Suddenly, his student, Aaron, approached him and suspiciously asked who the girl was. He explained that she was a madwoman from the White Lotus who had come from China for a sparring match, and that he intended to deal with her quickly. An indignant Aaron did not want to share her teacher, and Lan, noticing her, asked if she also wanted to fight. Aaron declined. So Yeon, observing, speculated that the girls might be related based on their hair color and found the situation amusing. On the training ground, Kim Joo-hyuk prepared for the fight, though he had been expecting a private sparring session. He was surprised by the number of spectators and kept a close watch on Yeon-lan to ensure she didn't try anything unexpected. So Yeon, who was standing beside Aaron, remarked that she was there for the sake of the company, while Oh Se-yuk said not to pay him any mind. Lan, while warming up, stated that she had been patiently awaiting the fight and had grown stronger since their last encounter. Kim Joo-hyuk, recalling the guide's words about needing to assemble a team, asked if she had truly become stronger and proposed they fight at full strength. If she were to lose, she would become his student, and Lan countered that her goal was to become strong enough to defeat him, not to be his disciple. He replied that an apprenticeship would grant her that power, and initiated the fight by concentrating energy in his fist. And Lan, who despised teachers, shouted at him not to dare assume she would lose. She fought back, and Kim Joo-hyuk noted that she had indeed become more powerful. Though he blocked her blow, she, pleased with herself, assured him that he would not be able to handle her now. By focusing her fiery energy, she created an aura so intense that the spectators were forced to retreat. Her mana output surpassed even what Kim Joo-hyuk had displayed in the recent competition, sparking admiration. Could it be that the White Lotus had cultivated a monster? And Lan shouted as she attacked that a single blow from her would kill him, even if he blocked it. Kim Joo-hyuk, adopting a fighting stance, replied that he preferred to deal with problems head-on. Their fists met, and despite all of Yonglan's mana, she was sent flying backward. She was unable to comprehend how he could possess such strength without any magical abilities. Driven by a desire for revenge, she prepared to take another blow, but on his second strike he blocked and counterattacked. Lan, fighting back, realized she was losing again, unable to resist the teacher. A pleased Kim Ju-hyuk noted that he now had another student. Kim Ju-hyuk, noticing that Yeon-lan had regained consciousness after her defeat, heard her begin to curse herself for losing again. He complimented her, remarking on her strength and expressing his surprise that she had recovered so quickly. A few days later, Yeon-lan, still processing the event, asked if his words could be considered a compliment, but immediately added that there should be less talk and more action. She proposed another fight without the use of magic, like their first encounter, but acknowledged that the outcome would likely be the same and, as promised, agreed to become his apprentice. She then enthusiastically asked if she was officially his first student. A slight smile crossed Kim Ju-hyuk's face as he replied that this was not the case. Indignant, and Lan couldn't believe he already had students in middle school. He clarified that it wasn't quite like that, but offered no further explanation. At this point, Aron intervened, interrupting them to state that she was the first student, as she had begun her training earlier. Kim Ju-hyuk looked at Aron with a hint of pity, knowing he was disappointing her, but even she was not the first on his list of disciples. He decided not to elaborate further, to avoid upsetting her more. After listening to Aron, Enlan became furious, feeling she was being baited into a conflict. She indignantly asked why Aaron considered herself the first student, and Aaron confidently confirmed that it was true. Their argument intensified, with both girls concentrating their auras in preparation for a confrontation. Kim Ju-hyuk, observing their squabble, found himself drifting into memories of his past life before his reincarnation, when he had felt a warmth for his students, seeing them as lively and emotional individuals. Walking up to Yong-lan, he sternly told her to stop, explaining that Aron had indeed become his student first, and asked her not to be rude to her son Bae. Lan, still angry, stated that since she had a kohai, she should be more careful. Aron, embarrassed but proud that her teacher had recognized her as the #1 student, felt like a true sunbae and resolved to endure Yong-lan's attacks. Kim Ju-hyuk, seeing that the situation was escalating, told them both to stop fooling around, noting they had already beaten each other up quite badly, and suggested they take a break. Yong-lan admitted that the pain wasn't that severe, but asked where she could sleep, as she hadn't considered lodging, having flown from China solely for the fight. So Yin had told her about Valhalla, which was how she had learned of the academy. Kim Ju-hyuk was surprised by her impulsiveness, but remembered that the academy had assigned him a room in the upper-class dormitory and invited Yong-lan to stay there temporarily. After the conversation, Kim Ju-hyuk wanted nothing more than to rest in his room, as the training had left him exhausted, but thoughts of his new students occupied his mind. So Yane was currently focused on building her endurance, but she was still a long way from proper fencing training. Oh Se-hyuk, on the other hand, trained independently and showed little interest in receiving instruction. Only Aron and Yong-lan could help prevent the impending disaster. At that moment, he received a message from Adelia. He answered the call, and she informed him that she was looking into the donations he had requested, but was currently occupied with other important matters and wanted to report back to ensure everything was completed. Kim Ju-hyuk confirmed that he had checked the scholarship fund that morning and asked Adelia to post a notice to recruit experienced contractors, as a disaster was expected in 3 months. A stunned Adelia asked for the source of this information. He dismissed her question, saying it didn't matter, but that the changes in Korea would be significant. Adelia realized the disaster would take place in Korea, and he confirmed it. She promised to contact the contractors through the Ventrix and the Korean Mehendi, but asked to keep the matter confidential. She then interrupted him, asking him to praise his patron constellation when it awoke, as it was ignoring her efforts, which she found upsetting. She mentioned that after expending an enormous amount of magical power, the constellation needed to rest, and a single day was not enough. Kim Joo-hyuk decided to discuss this the following day. After training in the Valhalla Hall, he gathered his students to work on their endurance. And Lan, his new student, was so exhausted she could barely breathe and complained that she had nearly died. Kim Joo-hyuk, however, praised her, noting that she had held up better than he had expected and that he had thought she would give up halfway through. And Lan, with a sparkle in her eyes, declared that she would endure it, as her cat honor was on the line. Kim Joo-hyuk realized that stamina was not an issue for her, but he suggested she slow her pace a bit. At this point, So-yeon interrupted them, asking if Yong-lan would like to join their team. Aaron, standing behind Kim Joo-hyuk, noticed Seo Yeon-hwa with surprise and couldn't understand why she bore such a strong resemblance to Yeon-lan. An irritated Seo Yeon-hwa turned to Yeon-lan, reprimanding her for coming all the way from China to Valhalla without informing her mother, an act she deemed extremely irresponsible. It then became clear to everyone that So Yeon-hwa was her biological mother, and not merely a guardian, as Kim Joo-hyuk had initially suspected, thinking her a shaman. Seo Yeon-hwa, introducing herself as the head of the Seoul family, explained that she looked after Yeon-lan, while her younger sister, Seo-yeon, was the head of the White Lotus Association and also looked after her daughter. She explained that she had promised to contact her sister once Yeon-lan left the White Lotus Palace, but had decided to delay the call to handle the situation herself. Seo Yeon-hwa instructed her daughter to follow her, but an angry Yeon-lan refused, saying her mother had never cared about her. She demanded that she stop calling her daughter and leave. Seo Yeon-hwa explained that it was the constellation that had made her leave, and was surprised that Yeon-lan had learned of it from a maid before she had. She urged her daughter to repent, noting that the constellation had shown an interest in her, giving her a chance to be noticed, and told her not to bring shame upon her. And Lan responded furiously, stating that her mother had always been a nuisance to her and demanded that she get out. She shouted that Valhalla was a place for Kim Joo-hyuk's disciples, not for the Seoul family or the White Lotus, and that she had no intention of obeying. So Yeon-hwa, maintaining her composure, asked her daughter if she knew why she had come without bodyguards, to make everything clean. She focused her magical power in her hand and directed it at Yeon-lan. She tried to contain her energy, unable to understand what was happening. Seo Yeon-hwa did not hold back and stated that she had no intention of being gentle. And Lan, shocked, asked if this was the whole point and, refusing to hold back, rushed at her mother. She reminded her that she had challenged her before and won, but that she was now ready for a new fight, mother against daughter, a legendary battle. So Yeon-hwa praised her, noting her daughter had grown stronger, and that in the White Lotus she did not kick a man when he was down. And Lan confirmed that she had trained hard so she would no longer be considered a nobody. Her mother suggested she return to the Seoul family and train properly, but Yong-lan, continuing to fight back, could not understand how her mother had become so strong. Seo Yeon-hwa noted her abrupt, almost barbaric movements and told her to watch her language, as she was only interested in victory. Ah-rin, watching the fight with Kim Joo-hyuk, asked if they should summon an instructor, as the head of the Seoul family was causing a disturbance in Valhalla by trying to take her daughter. Kim Joo-hyuk asked how she thought an instructor would react, and Ah-rin admitted the reaction would be negative. She expressed her dislike for Seo Yeon-hwa, accusing her of abandoning her daughter and now having the audacity to call herself a mother. Ah-rin sympathized with En-lan, understanding how uncomfortable she must feel. Seo Yeon-hwa, meanwhile, urged her daughter to cease her pointless rebellion, threatening to harm her. En-lan, growing even angrier, declared her readiness to respond in kind. The mother, knowing she had struck her hard, told her not to pretend it didn't hurt. Suddenly, En-lan felt her leg go cold, and she was unable to move. Seo Yeonhua asked if this was the first time she had witnessed such power, explaining that it was a gift from their family's constellation, the King of the Snowy Depths. If Enlan were to return to the family, she would eventually be able to form a contract with this constellation and wield its power. An amazed Enlan noted that her mother had become stronger since their last meeting and now understood the source of her power. Seo Yeonhua asked if she believed this was permanent, explaining that this was the nature of their world. The patronage of a constellation grants strength, but requires understanding. She extended her hand once more, asking if her daughter would return to the family. Enlan screamed her refusal. The mother, with a heavy sigh, called her an immature child and threatened that she would not be returning unharmed. Seo Yeonhua lunged at her daughter, whose leg remained frozen, leaving her unable to fight back. The mother declared that she would freeze and crush her right hand if Yonglan did not repeat that she would never again challenge the constellation and the family. At this moment, Kim Joo-hyuk decided to intervene in the fight. Seo Yeonhua, the head of the Seoul family, coldly replied that she was merely teaching her daughter a lesson and that it was none of the teacher's concern. She noted with interest that she had used the Snowdeaf's King spell on him, yet his foot had not frozen as expected. Moreover, she suddenly felt pain where she had felt nothing before, which meant that even her attack, enhanced by the constellation, was incapable of harming Kim Joo-hyuk. He wasted no time in ordering Aaron to guard Lan and stay back while he handled the situation. An indignant Lan shouted, asking if he had lost his mind as she wanted to fight herself. Seo Yeonhua stated that it was their family matter, but Kim Joo-hyuk pointed to Yeonlan's frozen leg, asking what other family matter she was referring to. He stressed that no teacher would stand by while his student was being threatened and asked Yeonlan not to interfere. This satisfied her and she retreated. Seo Yeonhua, mockingly noting his tracksuit, asked if her daughter's teacher really attended school dressed in such a manner and reminded him that he hadn't liked Yeonlan at first. She asked why he now called himself her mentor. Kim Joo-hyuk responded that it was a matter of mutual interest, not personal affection. A surprised Seo Yeonhua decided to test his competence and attacked. Though she appeared composed, her actions betrayed the same impulsiveness as her daughter. Kim Joo-hyuk, who had previously blocked her attack, realized he could not absorb that much magical power each time. He dodged, aiming for her joints, but Seo Yeonhua, wielding the power of the constellation, froze the surrounding area without direct contact, preventing him from getting close. Her fighting style was so refined that it seemed she wouldn't even strike someone who was down. With a hint of mockery, Kim Joo-hyuk stated that the sports equipment was the pride of Valhalla Academy and demanded she pay for the damages. Seo Yeonhua agreed, but only on the condition that he win. She attacked him in the chest, and Kim Joo-hyuk realized that dodging would only invite more ice blasts. Her magical power, augmented by the constellation, was many times greater than normal. Deciding not to waste his energy, he kicked upward, redirecting a blast of ice toward the ceiling. They continued their fight, and Kim Joo-hyuk, with a series of precise punches, knocked Seo Yeonhua to the ground. Her constellation had not aided her, and, amazed, she understood why he called himself Teacher Yan Lan. However, she insisted she would take her daughter home, as the constellation's order required it, and that if she failed, others would take her place. A confused Yan Lan asked if her own wishes were to be considered at all. So Yeonhua coldly replied that the master's order took precedence. That was the tenet of their family. In a panic, and Lan screamed that she did not want to fight again or return to her family, becoming hysterical. Kim Joo-hyuk approached Seo Yeonhua and asked what was needed to meet her co-star, since her place would be taken by others regardless. He suggested that it was enough to defeat the king of the snowy depths. Seo Yeonhua, disbelieving his seriousness, explained that ordinary people required sanctification, a process that demanded immense magical power, and that their family would not permit someone like him, who was a threat, to perform it. Kim Joo-hyuk countered that there was another way. Through the sacred relic, one could communicate with the constellation via neurons. An amazed So Yeonhwa asked how he knew of the relic, as this knowledge was not for ordinary hunters. She confirmed that the relic served as a bridge into the pleroma of the mental image, where the constellation's power was limitless, and the human essence could not withstand it, disintegrating into atoms. She asked if he was willing to take such a risk, and Kim Joo-hyuk confirmed that he was. A still skeptical Seo Yeonhwa said that the relic would not be entrusted to him so easily, and that an invitation would be sent in a week, guaranteeing Yeonlan's safety until then. Kim Joo-hyuk agreed, but Seo Yeonhwa warned him that if he were to get lost in the pleroma, his fate would be a grim one. He proposed a wager. If he lost, his life was in her hands. But if the constellation was defeated, she would stop calling herself Yeonlan's mother and leave her in peace. After some consideration, So Yeonhwa agreed and left the room. A week later, Kim Joo-hyuk stood before the king of the snow depths. A few days earlier at the Valhalla dorm, Kim Joo-hyuk had entered the room and invited Yeonlan to settle in, noting that she could live there. The girl, delighted by the luxurious appearance of the dormitory, compared it to the home of a wealthy family and asked if she could really stay. Kim Joo-hyuk confirmed, explaining that he had originally planned to move into a premium room and that the space had been allocated to him. Yeon-lan, understanding the situation, asked why he cared so much about her when it was none of her family's concern, and if he was truly willing to go to such lengths for his students. He explained that her status as his student was only one of the reasons. The primary reason was his hatred for people like Seo Yeonhwa, who, under the guise of hierarchy, had threatened to cut off his hand. He was sick of their kingdom, which was why he had intervened. Slightly embarrassed, and Lan admitted that no one had ever stood up for her before and thanked him. Kim Joo-hyuk chuckled and warned her that the upcoming training would make her regret her words of gratitude, then asked about her family's constellation, calling it the King of the Gentle Depths. And Lan corrected him, stating it was the King of the Snowy Depths, but that her knowledge of him was limited. He commanded ice but never interfered in the family's affairs, and many of its members were not even aware of his identity. Kim Joo-hyuk noted the strangeness of this, as Seo Yeonhwa had mentioned that the constellation had ordered Yeonlan to be taken away. She replied that she had never had contact with him and had not received the promised protection of the constellation, which was her birthright. He thoughtfully declared that he was ready to knock the crap out of him and have a heart-to-heart talk. But for now, he told her to rest and compose herself, as she would soon have to show him the way to the Soul family. And Lan, remaining in the room, smiled. Meanwhile, Kim Joo-hyuk called Adelia, who asked how she could be of service. He asked her to handle the destroyed equipment in the Valhalla gym, explaining that he had had a dispute with Seo Yeonhwa, the head of the Soul family, who had come to retrieve her daughter. A surprised Adelia clarified that Matriarch Soul was at the university and asked if anything else was needed. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if she knew about the Soul family's constellation. Adelia replied that, like Mrs. Mask and Beak, the King of the Snowy Depths did not interfere in family matters, and there was little information about him. He also inquired if Dorinda had awoken, but Adelia said that she had not, and that the sanctification process greatly depleted the constellations, making even their gatherings a rare occurrence. She asked Kim Joo-hyuk to put in a good word for her with their co-star, but upon noticing his silence, she apologized and ended the call. Kim Joo-hyuk, not understanding why no one knew anything, was suddenly interrupted by Bar-cha. The demon noted that asking questions was not his style. He usually acted first and figured things out later. Barsh warned that despite his progress, Kim Joo-hyuk was still far from his previous level, and that attacking a constellation without any knowledge of it was foolish, especially in the pleroma of the mental image, where constellations could easily defeat him. Kim Joo-hyuk asked why Barche was so weak in this dimension despite his power. The demon explained that in the pleroma, strength is determined by one's self-perception, not actual power, and that for him, as for ordinary people, there is no difference. But Kim Joo-hyuk is an exception. Barch advised him to remember this. A week later, Kim Joo-hyuk arrived in China at the Seoul family estate. CEO Ye Yeonhwa, who met him, was surprised but slightly flattered by his arrival. He asked how he could not show up and inquired if they had received permission. She instructed him to follow her, leaving Ye Yeonlan behind. Seo Ye Yeonhwa led him to a strange space, where she dug through the snow and retrieved a box. She asked him if he wanted to become a slave to their family if he lost, but he replied that she could devise the punishment herself and demanded the glove. She took it out, and Kim Joo-hyuk found himself before the king of the snow depths, seated on an icy throne. The constellation, not recognizing him, asked who he was, but noted that he seemed to be a great nuisance to the Seoul family and prepared to exact revenge. The king attacked with a distant ice blast, but Kim Joo-hyuk dodged it. The constellation, who had not expected such an attack to be avoided with a simple jump, acknowledged his strength, as even a magical defense would have been insufficient. The king of the snow depths, realizing that Kim Joo-hyuk was no ordinary opponent, decided to introduce himself, though his real name had been lost when he was locked in the Golden Place. He suggested calling him by the nickname known among the constellations. Some followers called him the God of Chaos, while those who feared him called him the Snow Demon. Combining these titles, he called himself the Snow God of Chaos, patron of the Seoul family. With a slight chuckle, Kim Joo-hyuk introduced himself in return, and the Snow God, having committed his name to memory, promised that it would stay with him. Focusing his magical power in his hand, he began to attack, raining ice blocks down on Kim Joo-hyuk from all sides. The hero, realizing that fleeing was not his style, fought off the icicles that fell around him. He knew he couldn't stop them with his bare hands, so he drew his sword and counterattacked. However, his blow was deflected by a wall of ice. The snow god, surprised, noted that Kim Joo-hyuk was able to touch the ice despite its extreme cold, because everything in this space, ice and snow, was under his control. He found it amusing, but Kim Joo-hyuk, ignoring the mockery, continued to fight, gradually closing the distance to his opponent. The snow god realized that the hero was attempting to confuse him to get closer, a cunning plan, but in his view, Kim Joo-hyuk lacked the necessary strength. With these words, he delivered a powerful punch to the snow god's stomach, sending him flying to the far end of the hall. Kim Joo-hyuk sarcastically noted that it seemed the enemy hadn't been sent flying in a long time. The shocked snow god acknowledged the incredible power of the blow and, looking at Kim Joo-hyuk's sword, guessed that he was the god of war. The hero confirmed that this nickname had been given to him by his students and that the snow god was correct. Still recovering from the blow, he said that he did not know Kim Joo-hyuk personally, but that 300 years ago he had witnessed his power firsthand. At that time, in a battle against a horde of monsters, the snow god, despite his abilities, had found himself alone against a countless army. He had been preparing to take as many enemies with him as possible when, suddenly, the god of war appeared. The snow god had wanted to ask why he had come to his aid and why he fought so fearlessly. But when Kim Joo-hyuk had swung his ink-black sword, the monsters had vanished, and the two of them were left alone. The snow god had been speechless, overwhelmed by a magical power that was unmistakable. He had realized that before him was, without a doubt, the god of war. With a slight smile, Kim Joo-hyuk asked if it was time for him to begin his attack. The inspired snow god replied that he had been awaiting this day for a long time and was ready to fight with all his might, letting the god of war decide how to proceed. The two opponents, having recognized each other, prepared for a furious battle in the pleroma of the mental image, where their forces and determination would clash in full force. In the reception room of the Seoul family's estate, Yonglan sat alone, feeling terrified under the gazes of people who watched her through the bars like an animal in a cage. Those looks reminded her of why she had not wanted to return to the Soul family. Recalling Kim Joo-hyuk's words about needing to rest and recover to show him the way to his family, she realized that without his request, she would never have come back here. Suddenly, Sol Yurin, the first daughter of the Sol family, and Sol Pei, her younger sister, approached her. Wary and Lan asked what they wanted. Sol Pei explained that they were not seeking a fight, as they could not defeat her, but simply wished to talk. And Lan sarcastically suggested they join the onlookers behind the bars. But Sol Yurin gently objected, saying she had come to apologize for the misunderstanding. She wanted to make amends, and Sol Pei added that after the fight at Bakrin Castle, they hadn't had a chance to speak properly, and they wanted to rectify that now, even if it was late. A disbelieving Yan Lan asked if she should take their apologies as sincere and not motivated by fear. She began to scream, but Sol Yurin tried to calm her, acknowledging that their actions might seem like an attempt to save face. She said that their mother, so Yeonhwa, had blocked all of the sisters' attempts to meet with Yeonlan and had even suspended her from training. A surprised and Lan realized that her expulsion had not been out of jealousy, as she had thought. Sol Pei admitted that there had been envy, but that it was of a kind nature. They were proud of Yeonlan because thanks to her the Sol family was taken seriously. However, their mother had forbidden them from communicating, declaring Yeonlan a threat in the struggle for the position of family head. The elders, she had said, would have chosen Yeonlan over the sisters, and they had submitted to her decision. Sol Pei clarified that they had never been interested in the role of leader and had not wanted the position. At that moment, So Yeonhwa entered the room, asking if Yeonlan wanted to know the details. Meanwhile, in the pleroma of the mental image, Kim Joo-hyuk continued his battle with the snow god of chaos. The constellation attacked him with ice blocks and icicles from all sides, which incredibly irritated the hero. He asked if the enemy intended to continue playing with icicles. The snow god accepted the challenge, replying that since Kim Joo-hyuk desired a stronger attack, he would get one. He unleashed a powerful blast of ice that should have frozen the hero from head to toe. Kim Joo-hyuk, impressed but dodging, noted that the attack had only lightly dusted him with snow, as expected from the god of war. With a hint of mockery, he asked not to be showered with compliments, as it embarrassed him, but admitted that the snow god stood out among the other constellations. He suggested that 300 years ago he had tried to limit his power in the pleroma, where, as Bar Cho had explained, everything depended on the perception of one's own power. The snow god was likely a reincarnation of his former self, whose body had long since decayed, making him an interesting opponent. Kim Joo-hyuk lamented that he wished he had met him sooner and described their exchange of compliments as mutual. The snow god, drawing closer, declared that in gratitude for the fight, he would give his all and created a giant ice hand to attack. Kim Joo-hyuk swung his ink sword and instantly cut it down, and the snow god collapsed, admitting that he was not even close to being his equal. CEO Yeonhwa, watching the fight in the pleroma of the mental image, was amazed that Kim Joo-hyuk had lasted so long against the king of the snow depths. She noticed that he was using an unusual form of magic, which was likely what had allowed the constellation to play with him for so long. However, she was surprised that after such a lengthy battle in the pleroma, Kim Joo-hyuk appeared completely normal. When she turned to him, she learned that he had defeated the snow god of chaos. CEO Yeonhwa, not believing her ears, asked again, but a notification appeared before her. The king of the snow depths, thanks Kim Joo-hyuk. Shocked, she called it unthinkable. A high school student had defeated their patron constellation. Kim Joo-hyuk suggested she ask the snow god herself, noting that he seemed to respect him. Walking up to CEO Yeonhwa and placing a hand on her shoulder, he reminded her of their agreement. She had promised to leave Yeonlan alone. He added that he would be making some adjustments to her plans. Kim Joo-hyuk entered the room where Yeon-lan was with her sisters and mother. Seeing So Yeon, the chairwoman of the White Lotus, he was surprised by her presence, not expecting to see her there. And Lan, noticing him, asked if he had finished his business. He confirmed, suggesting they discuss the details on the way home, as the eyes on the estate were too intense. They left the estate, and in still excited Yeon-lan noted that he had returned sooner than she had expected. She assumed he had lost, as it was incredibly difficult to fight a constellation without divine protection, and asked what conditions So Yeon-hwa had set for him to become a slave of the Soul family. Kim Joo-hyuk, smiling at her naivety, reassured her, but Yeon-lan continued to worry, certain that she should have stopped him. She said that her aunt and older sister had told her about So Yeon-hwa. She had been striving for power since her youth, and even after becoming the head of the family, had not slowed down. She disliked children, viewing them as a threat to her position, especially Yong-lan due to her talent, and had punished them for the slightest infractions. And Lan noted bitterly that she had never wanted to be the head and didn't understand why her mother had treated her that way. She was surprised that the constellation had done nothing against So Yeon-hwa, even if Bosch had thought her actions were unjust. Kim Joo-hyuk interrupted her, saying she was a master of drama and decided to make her happy. He had defeated the snow god. A disbelieving Yeon-lan asked if he was joking, but he assured her it was not an April Fool's prank. He explained that the conflict had started because the constellation had called So Yeon-hwa on the carpet. Kim Joo-hyuk had personally asked the snow god why he needed Yeon-lan. The constellation had replied that it was So Yeon-hwa's request. Her youngest daughter needed divine protection, but stubbornly refused it, and so he had given the order to take her away. A surprised Kim Joo-hyuk noticed that the snow god seemed to be hearing for the first time that the youngest daughter was named Yeon-lan, and didn't even know that she had been abandoned. The hero explained to the constellation that So Yeon-hwa had been manipulating the family and the snow god himself all this time, using his power for her own selfish ends. She had lied, ruined Yeon-lan's life, and deceived the elders, holding nothing sacred. Kim Joo-hyuk asked the snow god to terminate his contract with So Yeon-hwa. At that moment, she received a notification. The contract with the king of the snowy depths was terminated, and her power vanished. Having lost her position as head, she had lost even the slightest influence. Kim Joo-hyuk noted that he hadn't had to get his hands dirty. A shocked Yong-lan couldn't believe he had done this for her and thanked him, but he asked her to stop, because now that the Sol family was over, she could focus on her training. Meanwhile, the man in the skull mask who was watching them asked his master if he should continue his surveillance. The master replied that he should not and ordered them to search for his enemies. The great cult's hideout had gathered its members under the orders of the Constellation Lord, who had commanded the death of Kim Joo-hyuk. However, the masked man, who had been the first to arrive after receiving the order, was puzzled as to why the Constellation had suddenly become interested in Kim Joo-hyuk's enemies when it had previously demanded his elimination. He had made inquiries but had only found scant information. Kim Joo-hyuk had grown up in an orphanage with nothing else of note. The information was reliable but useless. The masked man had waited for the order to liquidate, but it had never come. After Kim Joo-hyuk had defeated So Yeon-hwa and her constellation, the king of the snowy depths, the order had been postponed. The cult had received a new order that had left them shocked. Kim Joo-hyuk had defeated the Sol family's constellation. Suddenly, a message arrived from the War Devil, asking if the storage stone was ready. The cult members, having confirmed their readiness, took the stones, piled them up, and began to concentrate their energy. Mr. Constellation asked if they had found Kim Joo-hyuk's enemies. The masked man replied that 3 hostile organizations had been identified: Il Shinjo, Sam Sal, and the Supreme Race, all bandit groups, and the Ventric family, a prestigious English dynasty. However, the Ventrix seemed to have made a deal with Kim Joo-hyuk and were now supporting him, though there was no official confirmation. Rumors were circulating that the thug organization Full Burial was targeting Kim Joo-hyuk, possibly to increase the value of his name. The cult leader announced a new order to eliminate Kim Joo-hyuk's enemies, a command that seemed strange to everyone. Meanwhile, Choi R-in texted Kim Joo-hyuk, informing him that she would be skipping practice as she had to go home for an important matter. He thought it might be related to a sacred relic, and hoped that the Choi family's constellation, Choi Jin-jong, would become his disciple. After defeating the Sol family's constellation, Kim Joo-hyuk had examined their relics, but none had been remarkable. He knew that a new tower of destruction was imminent, and the Zahar disaster was just around the corner, so he needed every student. He had heard that the White Lotus Association housed many sacred relics and decided to take a look, though the very thought irritated him. Suddenly, a man in a mask with a cat's face appeared before him, a representative of the black market. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately knew who it was, but the masked man suggested they speak outside. They left, and he explained that while the black market guaranteed anonymity, he had not been warned that people in cat masks might come to the academy. He handed over a letter from the Hidden Master, the true owner of the black market, and asked him to review its contents. If Kim Joo-hyuk could provide an answer, he would be awaited at the market, where the constellation of the ruler would be waiting to meet him. The masked man added that the letter had been passed on to several people, and the constellation was searching for someone who could read it. Unaware of the contents, he turned and departed. Barge, Kim Joo-hyuk's demon, was surprised that the letter was from a constellation and asked if he could decipher it, as the symbols resembled a child's made-up language. Kim Joo-hyuk, looking at the letter, realized that the symbols were familiar to him. He himself had created them in the past. Barge, Kim Joo-hyuk's demon, noted that he had been leaving Valhalla Academy without permission more often in recent days. He reminded the hero of his deal with that creepy gray-haired teacher, Lilia, who had created a sensation with her research at the last conference. Barge advised him to continue supplying her with information to avoid breaking their agreement. The demon then asked if Kim Joo-hyuk had really invented those strange scribbles in the letter. The hero confirmed that it was his own creation from the past. A surprised Barge asked how this was possible if writing had not yet existed at that time. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that it was part of his training and headed to the black market, though he had never thought he would return there. Looking at the sky, he noticed its unusual appearance, which reminded him of the events of 300 years ago, hinting at a grand meeting to come. At the market, a man in a mask approached him and asked if he had come because of the letter. Kim Joo-hyuk confirmed and asked where to go. The guide replied that the mask was unnecessary and led him through a secret passage to area number 7. The hero was surprised by the absence of the black cat, the market's key figure, but Barge pointed to a building behind glass, covered with yellow banknotes that looked like currency. The demon doubted if this building had been there on their last visit. Suddenly, a black cat appeared and asked if Kim Joo-hyuk was able to read the letter. He replied that a specific answer to the letter's contents was impossible and asked for a piece of paper and a pen to explain. He began to write the symbols, and the puzzled black cat noted that only 5 had sold their rings, and 3 of them, by lying, had only angered the constellation. Seeing the symbols, the black cat recognized their similarity to writing, but did not understand their meaning. Kim Joo-hyuk offered no explanation, and the black cat, deciding he was on the right track, suggested an immediate meeting with the constellation. The hero agreed, and the black cat handed him the staff. Upon touching it, Kim Joo-hyuk found himself in the pleroma of the mental image. There, he met a girl whom he immediately recognized, Maniac, one of his students from a past life. She fell to her knees and greeted her teacher, calling herself his humble student. An embarrassed Kim Joo-hyuk asked her to stand, noting that he hadn't thought she would remember their symbols. The maniac was surprised he could forget. He had created them especially for her. In the past, he had saved her and Dorinda from slavery, accepting them as his students. At that time, she had been completely unsocialized, unable to communicate, her only language being her emotions. To teach her, Kim Joo-hyuk had devised these symbols to instill in her a love for writing. This had helped her master language and, subsequently, the art of combat. The maniac admitted that she had studied for his sake, so that he would be able to understand her letter. Reading it again, Kim Joo-hyuk saw that she had written of her longing for him and had asked if they would marry when they met. He gently replied that they would not and that there was no time for such things. The maniac was upset as she had waited for him for so long, but he explained that the world was as dangerous now as it had been 300 years ago, and they needed to focus on that. She understood and sighed, but then asked if he had seen the skyscraper covered in banknotes. Kim Joo-hyuk confirmed that he had, and Maniac announced that it was now his home. Not understanding, he refused, which angered her. The enraged Maniac attacked him, and Kim Joo-hyuk realized that no one had tamed her for a long time. Kim Joo-hyuk, looking at Maniac, remembered why he had given her that nickname. She had always been uncontrollable. Overexcited, she asked why he didn't want to marry her, but he sternly told her to come to her senses and think clearly. A surprised Maniac asked if he really didn't like her gift, the skyscraper made of banknotes, and if she had made a mistake. A slightly irritated Kim Joo-hyuk asked when he had ever dreamed of such a thing. She recalled that 300 years ago, he had said that in times of peace, he would like to drown in luxury, leaving the battles of the past behind. But peace was still a distant prospect, and they needed to become stronger to save their generation and allow it to finally breathe freely. The maniac admitted that since that day, she had striven to become stronger to fulfill his dream. 300 years later, the opportunity had arisen, and she had known of his reincarnation thanks to the notification. Without it, she would go mad and begin to lose control right before his eyes. Kim Joo-hyuk noted that the timing was not right, as this was not a peaceful era, and a new tower of destruction with the Zakharov disaster was just around the corner. The maniac, looking down, became upset, admitting that he had only just been reborn, yet he already had to save the world. He confirmed that this was one of the reasons he had refused her gift. Understanding his position, Maniac asked him to extend his hand and gave him the black market owner's ring, explaining that it would make him the new owner with full access to all its resources. This would make his tasks easier, and she was ready to help at any time. Kim Joo-hyuk expressed his gratitude, noting that he had been given rings quite often lately, and decided to return to Valhalla Academy. Meanwhile, the Black Cat received a notification from the Hidden Master, asking if Kim Joo-hyuk had left. The Black Cat confirmed that he had returned to the Academy. The Lord exclaimed that the Academy itself should have been bought, and the surprised Black Cat asked if all this was really for a 17-year-old boy who had even been given the market owner's ring. He asked what connected the ruler with Kim Joo-hyuk. He replied that he was her personal paradise. At this time, Logan, the first destroyer, stormed into the black market, swinging his fists furiously and shouting that anyone who dared to touch his son must die. The stunned masked men did not understand why Logan was there and assumed he had come to avenge his son. They decided to leave Shushinru, another enemy, to him and to concentrate on their leader. Logan, hearing a whisper behind him, shouted, but saw no one. Meanwhile, Hannibal, the Dragon King and leader of Il-Shinju, found himself in a strange space after a sudden explosion. Looking around, he realized that this was not an office, but something else, perhaps the pleroma of the mental image. Suddenly, the constellation, irritated by the beating of his heart, declared it unbearable and instantly blew up his heart. In the pleroma of the mental image, Hannibal, despite having his heart torn out, remained alive. The constellation Tugi, a representative of the Il-Geo clan wearing a goat mask, assured him that he would not die in this space and confirmed that this was indeed the pleroma. A stunned Hannibal did not understand what was happening and was struck by Tugui's incredible magical power. He heard a noise outside. Members of his clan were under attack. Hannibal asked why they were being targeted. Tugui explained that it was the work of Logan, the first destroyer who was avenging his son. Hannibal, realizing Logan was there, knew their chances were slim, but Tugui warned that the situation was even worse. He asked if Hannibal knew why Kim Ju-hyuk was called one of the strongest. Tugui said his mission was to cleanse the world of those whose minds were clouded by pride, those who considered themselves superior to others. An uncomprehending Hannibal asked why the previous first had been killed then. Tugui replied that he had been a non-entity whose strength was limited to empty conceit. Hannibal replied that he did not consider himself the strongest and did not understand why he was there. Tugui clarified that it was not about him personally, but that his clan had made the mistake of raising a hand against the one who deserved the title of the strongest, Kim Ju-hyuk. A powerful aura began to form around Tugui, and Hannibal, sensing the threat, knew that now was not the time for thinking. We need to conserve our strength to survive against this crazy saint. He decided to use the relic of their constellation's magic to strike and find a way out. Hannibal focused his aura into his hand and attacked, but Tugui easily dodged it, appearing behind him. Hannibal, not feeling the enemy's presence, was confused. Was it really true that there were no limits in the pleroma? And could Tugui so easily conceal his power? The constellation, appearing behind them again, declared that Kim Ju-hyuk was the strongest teacher and that Tugui would exact revenge for them raising their hand against him. He struck out, piercing Hannibal through the stomach. Tugui stressed that he would not kill him so easily, leaving him to suffer. The next morning in the Valhalla dorm, Kim Ju-hyuk awoke to news reports of the defeat of the Il-shinjo, Samsal, and Ilgyo clan gangs. A surprised Bark noted the strangeness of the situation. It seemed the problem of Kim Ju-hyuk's enemies had resolved itself. He asked if the hero really planned to leave the academy. Kim Ju-hyuk confirmed that Valhalla was merely a resource for him and that he had come there for other reasons. Now that the conditions had been met, he had no reason to stay, but he would only depart after the next disaster. A puzzled Bark remained silent. At this time, a black cat appeared in the office of the chairman of Valhalla Academy, Shim Do-kwon, introducing himself as the owner of the black market. He got straight to the point, asking to purchase the academy. A stunned Shim Do-kwon demanded an explanation, but the black cat insisted that it was an order from the hidden master and that the academy must come under their control. Shim Do-kwon, the chairman of Valhalla Academy, asked the black cat in confusion if he was really the owner of the black market. He confirmed, noting that she seemed to know which market he was referring to. However, Shim Do-kwon firmly stated that he would not sell the academy to a dubious individual, regardless of his reputation. The slightly surprised black cat snapped his fingers, and a suitcase filled with money appeared before her. But the chairman remained adamant, explaining that it was not a matter of money. He recounted how, as a young hunter in Korea, he had witnessed the country's suffering from labyrinths and monsters. While regular police could handle human crimes, guilds were needed to combat the monsters. The government had created a division of contractors, but they had accepted anyone and were no match for the elite hunters. It was then that Shim Do-kwon had decided to establish an academy to train contractors who would be on par with those from abroad. Valhalla was now functioning successfully, its graduates were sought after worldwide, and the academy had set a record for its rapid response to threats. He asked if the black cat understood what he was talking about. Impressed, he acknowledged his achievements but assured him that he had no intention of changing the academy's policies, only of becoming its new owner. He snapped his fingers again, and 2 suitcases of money appeared, then a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh, and so on. Shim Do-kwon finally agreed to the deal, asking him to take care of the academy, and retired with a sense of relief. The black cat, having become the new owner of Valhalla, decided to change the sign and informed his master, Maniac, that he had fulfilled her request by acquiring the academy. She ordered the black market to be connected to Valhalla and for additional surveillance cameras to be installed to see who was flirting with her teacher. The Black Cat was surprised, as there were already enough cameras, but the maniac insisted, excited by the opportunity to spy on Kim Joo-hyuk. Meanwhile, Bark noted that the academy was in a state of unrest and asked Kim Joo-hyuk if the commotion was bothering him. The hero waved it off, telling the demon not to push things, but admitted he was feeling overloaded. At that moment, Aaron approached him. With a hint of mockery, he asked if she had returned from her nest. Aaron replied that she had been there since the morning and was surprised he hadn't noticed, to which he joked that he had been sleeping. She suggested they go to the gym so she could show him something. In the hall where their students had gathered, Aaron produced a weapon that radiated a powerful, magical energy. She explained that it was her family's heirloom, the Blue Moon Radiance, which she had retrieved from her hometown. A stunned So Yeon asked where she had obtained such a relic, as high school students were rarely entrusted with such items. Aaron explained that she had passed the family tests and had become the legal heir. Still surprised, So Yeon noted that her father had apparently given his approval. Aaron asked Kim Joo-hyuk if she could now train with him using the relic. He replied that the decision was hers, but asked to touch the sword. So Yeon was indignant, calling the relic an intimate family item, but Aaron allowed her teacher to take the sword. Kim Joo-hyuk, feeling a familiar magical power, was immediately reminded of Choi Jin-jong, the patron constellation of Dao Wang, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Choi Jin-jong, the patron constellation of Dao Wang, called Kim Joo-hyuk Hyung-oh-hyung, to which Kim Joo-hyuk responded in surprise, calling him boy. An indignant Jin-jong asked how much longer they would call him that, as he had already grown up. He wondered how Kim Joo-hyuk knew his name, as he had never stated it. The smiling hero replied that he would continue to call him a boy, because all his students eventually became constellations, and Jin-jong had always been a fidget. Remembering him as a child, Kim Joo-hyuk called him the King of Blades and challenged him to a fight. An inspired Jin-jong declared that he wanted to test his strength against the strongest and asked for a fight. He revealed that monsters had killed his family because they were weak, and that he strove to become stronger so that no one else would have to suffer the same fate. Kim Joo-hyuk, calling him a dreamer, advised him to hold the sword correctly, but agreed to fight. Jin-jong, attacking with his fists, declared that he would not give in, remembering how his teacher had forced him to take up the sword every week. With a hint of resentment, he asked if Kim Joo-hyuk had ever been able to give in, to which he was surprised, because it was the defeats that had tempered his technique, turning him into an invincible swordsman. Kim Joo-hyuk offered to make him his student to constantly monitor his progress, but Jin-jong replied that it would be blasphemous to appropriate his technique. He admitted that he had no other choice to become stronger. Kim Joo-hyuk realized that Jin-jong had grown up and felt a sense of nostalgia stemming from Aaron, whose education was similar to their past. Jin-jong said that after becoming a constellation, he had taught contractors his sword technique, but had adapted it, as modern fighters relied more on magical power than physical strength. Though his technique was still far from perfect, he was surprised to see his teacher in the body of a high school student. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if he had received the notification about his reincarnation, like maniac and fool. Jin-jong replied that nothing of the sort had happened, which the hero found strange. Barge confirmed that he had seen the notice as well, and Kim Joo-hyuk suggested that they were only sent to those who were connected to him. Jin-jong called it fate and suggested they cross swords. Kim Joo-hyuk agreed, wanting to test how much stronger he had become. During the battle, memories came flooding back to the hero when he touched Aaron's relic, the Blue Moon Radiance, which was linked to Jin-jong. After the defeat, Jin-jong was pleased, and Kim Joo-hyuk advised Aaron to contact her co-star more often, calling him a good guy. Meanwhile, in China, at the Seoul family estate, So-yeon, the chairwoman of the White Lotus Association, approached the elders, asking why she had been summoned. The three elders were silent, and she reminded them that the position of head of the family was still vacant. They offered her the position, but So-yeon pointed out that, according to tradition, the association's leader could not apply for the role. The elders asked her to name a candidate who would not use the power of the constellation for personal gain, like So-yeon. After some thought, So-yeon suggested Yong-lan, confident that she would become a worthy leader.